Accountant General's Department, the Belize Defense Force, and the Ministry of Finance, who are all expected to appear before this committee. We also welcome the members of the media and the public who are following today's public hearing through the live stream. This hearing forms part of the committee's examination of the Auditor General's report for the financial year April 2016 to March 2017, which was referred for the committee's examination and consideration. Before we proceed, I would like to personally acknowledge the members of the committee who are present today. Honorable Oscar Ira, Honorable Karim Musa, Honorable Lee Mark, Honorable Senator Janelle Chanona, Honorable Senator Kevin Herrera. The Joint Public Accounts Committee, JPAC, as it is shortened, plays a critical role in Parliament's oversight of public finance. The committee is tasked with examining the reports of the Auditor General, reviewing matters relating to the expenditure of public funds to ensure that in the public service. Today, the committee will hear from several witnesses in relation to matters arising from the Auditor General's report for the financial year April 2016 to March 2017. I wish to thank the Office of the Auditor General, the Accountant General's Department, the Ministry of Finance, and the other institutions represented here today for their cooperation with the committee's work. With those remarks, we will proceed with our first witness. Madam Clerk, can you kindly invite the Auditor General, Mrs. Maria Rodriguez, to join us? Thank you for appearing before the committee today. The committee appreciates the important work carried out by the Office of the Auditor General in preparing these reports, which provide the foundation for the committee's examination of public expenditure. At this time, I will invite you to provide any brief opening remarks that you may wish to make before members proceed with their questions.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Honorable Senators and members of the JPAC meeting. My only opening remark is to say thank you for the oversight that you're doing, and I appreciate the process.
For the viewers out there listening to us today, could you please just give us a brief synopsis of what you do within the ministry, how long you've been there, and how many reports you've provided already?
Sure. I have been at the Office of the Auditor General for 26 years. Upon being appointed in March last year, I have submitted 2 annual reports to the National Assembly. Our work is to carry oversight review of the budget expenditure and how it has been expended, and provide external audit support to the National Assembly.
I now open the floor to the committee members for questions. Honorable Chanona.
Morning, Madam Auditor General, and thank you. Good to see you again. Just wanted to bring to the fore a letter dated March 10th that was shared with the committee. I would like to think that the JPAC had a role in helping the office catch this, and I think it's important that when we read these things, then these things come up. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that, please.
Yes, and I thank you so much for that. And this is why I'm saying that the oversight role is very important, because who checks me? You know, we have this joke in office. My staff call me a robot for many reasons. And I've been trying to tell them that I'm also human. But I really appreciate the fact that you highlighted that for me so that I can go into it and be prepared for a response. And when I saw it, I was firstly devastated, because at work we try our best to have this quality control. But I am grateful that I have the opportunity to write you, and we have this relationship, working relationship, that I can come to you and tell you where I have erred and where I can make things better. Yes, so what happened in page 63 of the book, the table there, it's table 8. What we try to present to the National Assembly is that there have been differences that we noted between confirmation letters that we received from the central bank and what the government's monitoring system is saying. So I saw that there is a typo error, a typographical error that repeated the number from the previous row at the bottom. So it made it appear that there is a difference of 19 million, when in reality that column, that row doesn't belong there any at all.
AG.
Yes.
Notwithstanding, and I believe that would have led you, as the professional you've been for the last 26 years, to go over all the other tables.
Absolutely. I went up, we took the time and we stayed up late, and I believe Mr. Grant got this letter late, the 10th, because I made sure to review the entire book once again to make sure that there's nothing else that we need to bring to the attention of this committee.
Thank you. So, notwithstanding that sole typographical error, I did note that once again the report for 2016, 2017 is preceded by a disclaimer. Can you please walk through, for the public's awareness and information, what that means?
Yes, unfortunately, once again, we were not able to receive complete and full details of the source documents for the transactions presented in the financial statements. In the report, I mentioned that we made our own attempt to go to these storerooms, because if you're saying you don't have it, then let's go and find out ourselves that you don't have it. And indeed, it was very difficult, a tedious process to obtain information from the Accountant General's storeroom for several reasons quoted in the report. But we also attempted to go to individual line ministries, which also posed difficulty in getting information to substantiate what was presented in the financial statement.
For going there, because my next general question would have also been to highlight that at several instances you note exactly that. I believe one ministry in its entirety, I believe it was the Ministry of Natural Resources at the time, you couldn't even meet with someone there.
No, and I am glad that this is being highlighted, because many instances the executive says to my staff, I'm not available, or they simply don't respond, and then I don't have where to go. Where do I go to say they don't want to make themselves available? So I think that is very important to highlight at this point. Separate and distinct from the Parliament, the executive has to make themselves available to answer queries from the Office of the Auditor General.
Because I believe in solution-oriented problem solving. Is this something that needs to be addressed legislatively in terms of consequences, or how would you recommend to this committee in terms of highlighting next steps to address what is apparently a perennial issue?
First and foremost, as parliamentarians, you do have governance overview of these ministries, and I believe it starts from you. So it will be good that from this end, going to cabinet, informing them and informing their CEOs that this cannot happen again, because I'm going to continuously report if you're not making yourself available to me.
So just to highlight, because, and we will get to the fact that we're talking about a 10-year-old report, but is it then your position that I'm hearing that this remains an ongoing issue as you proceed with your auditing duties in terms of live issues?
It is an ongoing issue, and unfortunately, one of the root causes is improper handing over. The new people that are there will say, well, I wasn't here 10 years ago, I don't know anything about it, but it shouldn't be that way. The regulations give way for proper handing over. When someone leaves, somebody else needs to get proper handing over to know what they are receiving. You just don't take it on, and you don't know what you're getting. And to add to that, when we get to the BDF report, that is exactly what I want to mention, because the findings are 10 years old, but I am not certain if today, we're talking today, if that BDF fund is being managed the way it's supposed to be managed.
G, I will yield for now, Chair.
Herrera, you can go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning again, Auditor General.
Good morning, sir.
It's always good to have you here to explain what is going on within the system for us. I mean, you are really our eyes and ears with respect to what's happening within the various departments and ministries, and you play an extremely important role in the whole accountability aspect of it. I'd like to, first of all, reiterate, the continuing situation we have with the disclaimers that continue to come along. And I must say that given the way the system is set up right now, I don't believe that we would be able to get a clean opinion anytime soon. Would you confirm, would you concur with that?
I do concur. Unfortunately, we have heard from the Accountant General before, and this situation is ongoing for at least the next 8 years, where they're not able to get full documentation to support the information in their financial statements.
And the reason given for these disclaimers, and can you explain to, before I get into that question, explain to the committee what a disclaimer means? And I know you explain why you give one, but what does a disclaimer mean?
It essentially means that I cannot confirm the reliability of the financial statements nor their accuracy.
And does that also mean that these financial statements cannot be relied on by users?
Fully agree. The statements, the way they are presented, we cannot rely on them at this point.
So to a large extent, these financial statements are relatively useless, except that it gives an insight into the situation that exists.
Yes. It's basically numbers that we cannot confirm, and as such, as Auditor General, I don't want to say everything is okay, because we cannot confirm them. The lack of reconciliations, the lack of source documents. I might add that every transaction that is reported in the financial statement should come with a source document, because it's something that you reflect on SmartStream, which is the government system. Every transaction has to have a source document. So what I think is happening, or happened back then, is that they were posting, but did not have any intent of retaining the source document to show that they were what they were posting.
Given that the evidence is source documents, and source documents are important in accounting, because it really, what it refers to is the beginning of a transaction. And so the reference to that is extremely important to see where a transaction originated and whether or not the controls were implemented when those were taking place. Would you concur with that?
I fully concur with you. Without a source document, there's no way that you can guarantee what transpired really transpired. Typical examples, if when you go to make a simple purchase to any business, if you don't get an invoice back from that business to go and pay, you don't know what you're paying for. And we've done investigations where the invoices that are attached to the smart stream payment, and then you visit the business has a complete different source document than what the accounting officers have in their ministries. So you find that while we're paying for a tablet, that person actually got a laptop. So source documents are very important for us to review because you have to see the transaction itself on paper on what is being placed on the system.
So would you agree that given the situation with the source documents, that the system is open to be defrauded by those who would seek to do that?
Several of our fraud investigations is because of the lack of documentation and supervision to ensure that what should be there is there. So I do agree that we, at this point, even the losses, if there was any, we cannot even quantify to the assembly as to whether there was any loss, because we cannot go through a bank statement, we cannot go through check stubs, we cannot go through reconciliations to see what has transpired. So there is a high possibility that fraud may have occurred and we cannot pick up on it.
That these source documents are, before I ask that question, would you be able to give an idea of how big the source document issue is?
Without these source documents, there is no way my staff can test any of the transactions given in the financial statements. We cannot test for accuracy, for occurrence, if they occurred, if the transaction even occurred, we cannot go that far. So these assertions cannot be given to the National Assembly. So considering that my staff visited those storerooms and we visited line ministries, it is really a big systematic issue. Nobody is really worrying or concerned about these source documents. And is that something 10 years ago? It is existing right now. We can visit entities and they are saying they don't have they don't have documents for present year. Because while we're doing backlogs of financial statements, my staff is still involved in auditing entities for the present fiscal year.
I noticed in one of your points you made in your report, you said for 2016 and 2017 in one of these storerooms, I believe, that you found no source documents at all.
One had none, none for the year that we're auditing, none for 16-17. They had for previous years that we have already completed. Second one, we found minimal, so we know that these records exist. It's just a matter of continuous searching. And then the third one was impossible because it was infested with mold and it was not adequate for even my staff to be searching in that room.
Who in the system, in your view, Auditor General, is ultimately responsible for the source documents?
It's a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility between the executives, the CEOs and their ministries. However, ultimately, because all these records are sent to the Accountant General, at that level, it will be her responsibility to ensure she has those documents for every transaction that she presents in her financial statements.
Who is responsible for the storage or the keeping these records? I know that they go to the Auditor General at some point, but she would be able to keep all of those in her office because obviously she'd be crowded out. Once they leave her, who's responsible for the upkeep of those records or the safekeeping of those records?
So what happens in the service? These documents should be prepared in 3 copies. Original, one to be sent to the Accountant General and one to be sent to my office. So if I don't receive it, I assume she doesn't receive it either. So that's another non-compliance issue, that when these things are prepared, that they should be prepared in triplicate, so that I get a copy, she gets a copy. And yes, we are running out of space when it comes to storage. So I at some level understand why her storage issue has arrived at that point. Even when we moved to Smart Stream back in 2000, it was envisioned that she would be receiving all these copies, original copies of transactions. So she's keeping these records. So if they're not being sent to her, that's another non-compliance issue that needs to be addressed as well.
Okay. Moving on to the availability of public offices during a report. I mean, that should be one of probably the last complaint we should get within the system, no? Given that everyone should want to assist in a process in terms of bringing accountability within the system. When you run into those issues, would you have reported that to the CEO in that particular ministry?
Well, in this case, if you will see, we wrote the CEO to invite for the meeting, and the CEO did not respond. So it went as high as the CEO.
When you say the CEO did not respond, means that person would just ignore your requests for cooperation within the department?
You see, when they don't respond, that's how exactly it looks. It could be that they missed my email. It could be that it went to spam. It could be that it went to the junk. But we ensure to copy their finance officers. So even if the CEO did not see, someone within the management team would have seen the email and could have brought it up to the CEO's attention. So clearly, that is how it appears, that you do not want to collaborate.
This was across the ministries?
For 2016, 2017, we did have some delayed responses, but most people responded. I highlighted the lands department because the lands department is part of our regulations in the financial orders to review for arrears of revenue.
And the CEO in that ministry did not respond to you?
They did not respond to the request for meeting, yes.
Was that ever reported to the minister?
No, my direct contact with the parliament is through the clerk of the National Assembly, but I'm going to take that as a suggestion to probably do the next time.
On the reconciliations, I note that, you know, I mean, there are some big areas. One was source documents, which brings scope limitations to your audit. And the other was really a control issue with reconciliations, and that seemed pervasive within the system. Could you perhaps elaborate in terms of how bad that reconciliation process within the government system is?
Yes, so at the level of Accountant General's Department, reconciliation is highly, highly important. She manages all the bank accounts for the government, and what we saw is that these commercial bank accounts were not being reconciled. Not even the ones from central bank are being reconciled, which is it's a big problem. But even in individual ministries, when you visit and do individual audits of these ministries, bank reconciliation is not being carried out. It's a big issue. Circumstances or excuses are that we have too much to do, it's too much in our hands, and I have nobody to do reconciliation. But reconciliation is part of the accounting process. There's no way you can tell yourself that I manage a bank account and I don't reconcile. In the private sector, that's a no-no. So it should not be ignored. That process is essential to our check and balance of what we're paying, what we're receiving. So I do believe it's a big issue within the entire service.
And you specifically mentioned the bank accounts, but there are reconciliation in other areas as well that are not taking place. Am I right?
Yes, definitely. It seems not to be a practice. It has been ignored for many years, and even when you highlight it to them, this is important, the excuses are, I don't have who to do it, but finance officers are employed for that reason, to reconcile the bank accounts. And yes, some of them do have a lot of work, I agree, but this is part of the job description.
I think in your audit you highlighted additions to assets as well, that there were discrepancies there, and those discrepancies are likely as a result of,
Lack of bank reconciliation, exactly. Mhm.
and as well as the accounts payable. I think there's another term you use.
There
in
is the accounts payable, there is a suspense account. The suspense account is huge and nobody knows what's in that suspense account. There is no source recommend to begin looking at what has been placed in that account. You know,
Could you explain to the committee what the suspense account is?
yes, the suspense account, when it was open, it was used to put any transaction that they were not yet certain about, how they can post it. So they will place it there. What happened is that they just started to then dump transactions there. So the years went by and this suspense account keeps growing, keeps growing. Now nobody has the source documents to go back and find out what was the initial transaction to open a suspense account. It's something like you will call miscellaneous in the expenditure side, but this is in the posting side. You call it suspense because you don't know where to put it at this time, so you leave it there.
Could you give us an idea of how large that account is?
Yes, I do believe I have that figure somewhere in the book. Offhand, I don't have it in my head, but I do believe that it has passed the million at this point. Yes. And if you cannot say what you spent $1 million on,
That is at 2016, 2017, not 2025.
well,
or 26.
upon our audits, they have ceased to use the suspense account as much as possible. So it's not been, presently, it's not increasing that much, but back then, still, $1 million plus is a lot, no? So, but since we highlighted it, that you cannot continue putting accounts on suspense, they have tried their best not to utilize the suspense account.
In your view, and I noticed you highlighted the smart stream system and some of the issues in alignment. I think you used the word alignment of the smart stream system and the FARA, which is the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2005. What were the issues you were getting at in terms of that?
Yes, so the FARA requests for certain statements that should be presented to the National Assembly, and one of the first things that we highlighted to Accountant General is that there are some statements that were not presented. For example, statement of arrears and losses, those were not presented. So that comes with the FARA. When it comes to Smart Stream, Accountant General's department has a unit dedicated for posting. So what it seems to be happening is that there are delayed postings, and when there is delayed postings, then Smart Stream will not match with her financial statements or with whatever other document that we receive. So the unit that those postings, I'm not sure how it's staffed. I don't believe it is staffed sufficient enough for all the postings that need to occur, but they are responsible to make sure that Smart Stream is aligned with the FARA and it is aligned with all the source documents that they have. So that unit should be dedicated to just doing that, and that's the unit that at this point have delays in posting.
The last area I'd like to get into, Madam Auditor General, is the debt management, or the accounting for debts, I should say. Could you maybe explain to us what challenges you saw in terms of the recording of the debt and how those are accounted for?
Yes, so when we began this, when I took over and I began doing the public debt audit, I expected that the Accountant General is the one managing public debt. By that I mean the outs and coming-ins of any debt that we have. But what we found out is that the Ministry of Finance is dealing with that. So due to the Ministry of Finance taking over debt management, the Accountant General does not have direct access to information on debt management. So she did request it. I must say that she did request it for our audit. We got some information. For the most part, we did get information for public debt. But there is there seems to be a overlapping responsibility there, because if the Accountant General is to prepare the statement of public debt, she needs direct access to the information, but it is being managed at this point by the Ministry of Finance.
The financial auditors say, financial auditors say about who should be responsible or who should be managing that?
The Accountant General.
Accountant General.
The Accountant General.
So then the financial, you said the financial secretary?
The Ministry of Finance, yes.
Ministry of Finance is managed.
They
So-
have a debt management unit.
So you're saying that that is an anomaly within
Well,
the system?
what I explained to the Accountant General, that she should welcome the support given by the Ministry of Finance. However, she needs to get direct access to this information, because she cannot be placing figures in the statement that is just fed to her. She needs to see the source documents so that she can ensure that what she's putting in the statement is correct. So while the support is should be appreciated, because I know that her department is overly, have so many things to do, she should request direct access and enhance the support into being part of it and not just being fed the information.
Now, you are aware that we are in the budget, the area where budgets are being presented and debated. In these budgets, we have public debt as a big part of it, and likely a big part of the debate. How reliable is that information that's coming to us?
For the most part, I can assure you that the Ministry of Finance does do their job when it comes to debt management to ensure the recording of these transactions. They not on SmartStream, but they do have their own system of recording debt management. So
There's a parallel system?
Yes, they have their own system to monitor debt management. And this is why I'm saying they're doing it, but the Accountant General has to have access to this, So there seems to be an overlap there, because I think they want to have this control as the Ministry of Finance, which is fully understood, but the collaboration between who prepares the financial statement is very key at this point, because then she won't have direct access to the information. I must add, though, that we are, as an office, about to begin training on sustainability, auditing of sustainability in debt management. And so we are trying to look into an area to see how we can better recommend to the Accountant General how that relationship between the Ministry of Finance and her should be done.
Okay. Thank you, Madam, Mr. Chair.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, sir.
They asked most of the questions, so let's have a couple of them right here. I heard you mention just earlier that you're getting no cooperation from ministries and stuff like that. And I know we were talking about 8 years ago, but I want to fast forward a little bit. In today's time, are you getting that cooperation now? So we don't have these problems for the future?
I wouldn't say 100%. It's not 100%. And I brought up in a previous engagement that I had with PAC, that I invited JPAC, and I'm grateful Honorable Chanona was there, that I was trying to do cash surveys, a simple, routine cash survey, which is to just check the cash pan to see that what you collected yesterday is correct. And I was not allowed to enter 2 entities. And I will highlight it because this is my opportunity. Baja and Border Management Agency told my staff that they are not government entities. And I fully disagree, because the Constitution gives me all the right to go and do a cash survey to these authorities. So I want to put it out here. It will be placed in my subsequent audit report, because it is important to highlight this. I am still receiving rejection from government entities.
That's very interesting information, very. And one last question. Is there any other ministries or department who needs to be called out that's not providing documentation. No, I that's straight to the point. Who needs to be called out? When your offices is requesting information, and also, is there any type of disciplinary action that your office or the government can do if they do not cooperate?
Well, unfortunately, there is no sanctions, but the FARA does say, I believe it's section 13.4, that if there is any public officer who does not provide me with information, could be liable to court action for that. But I've never really went that far. First of all, I don't have a legal officer in my staff, and to go that route, I will need to go through the Attorney General, who is also part of the executive. So it has to be thought out very, very clearly.
Well, I do hope that the recommendations that you're giving today, that you can also take it and you could take that route in order to get compliance and cooperation from the departments. I believe they should not be taking your department as a joke.
And I thank you for that statement, and I believe that with your support, I can proceed that far.
Well, we're in a public hearing now, so it's public information now. So I do hope that the relevant authorities is hearing, and of course we have two members of government here also, and we would hope that you guys can get more cooperation and to get to the bottom of it, and so that when we reach 23, 24, 25, and 26 reports,
We're not there.
that we don't need to be going through these same. As you said a while ago, this has been continuous for the last 8 years already.
Yeah.
So we're just hoping that whatever has happened already, but we are hoping for the best, for a better future. So.
And just to add, what normally happens is that when the report is finally out and we declare that this person has not made themselves available or they don't have the records, out of the blue, the records show up after the audit has completed. And so they expect us to go back and change the report because, oh, we found the records, but my audit process has completed. I cannot do that. My audit process has completed. So sometimes when they realize what the report is saying and they know that this will eventually become public, they recognize and say, but I'm ready now, I'm available now, my audit process has completed.
Too late.
Too late, yes.
Little
So
too late.
maybe that's the only part that I am doing at this point, telling them it's too late, and the report goes as is.
I hope you do enforce the strength of
The
your
FARA,
office.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Honorable Karim Musa.
Good morning, Auditor General, and thank you for your
Morning, sir.
presentation this morning. Just in terms of your last comment, is that an experience you had with this particular 2016-2017 audit report, that after your findings were published and presented to the House, laid on the table, that you had information coming forward as it relates to this particular report, or you're just speaking in general?
I'm just speaking in general.
Okay.
Not for the 16-17.
Okay. And in relation to source documents, because I do recognize that this has been a perennial problem that has haunted the government in terms of the provision of source documents, and you and your office being unable to properly do your job without that, and you said even to this day some ministries are not providing source documents. Has there ever been any recommendation, we are in 2026, in terms of enhancing our system of keeping records with digitization, with ensuring that, because I saw some of your storerooms, well, not your storerooms, the government storerooms behind the Eleanor Hall building, and all the mold that the documents are catching, for us to put that in place to have every record digitized. Again, 2026, we must be able to have these things in place, no?
Yes, all these, most of these records are generated electronically in the first place. So they should be able to save it electronically at some point,
But
you know?
are there any departments that are doing that?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Not at this point.
And would
with
that be a
exception of-
recommendation that,
With the exception of mine,
okay.
nobody
Well, that's a
else is
good
doing
start.
it. Yeah.
That's a good
And we're
start.
keeping it electronic because it's easier for us to retrieve when we're doing our audits. So we're starting with that process.
So for instance, in this 2016-2017 report that you have, in instances where you do capture source documents, those are now stored digitally by your office?
Yes, by my
Okay.
office, yes.
But is that a recommendation that you or the Accountant General perhaps should make, that we are in 2026 and it is time for us to now digitize our source documents?
It's time to move to digitalization of our records. Like I said, most of these transactions are generated online in the first place. You prepare a PDF or you prepare a Word document in the first place. So these can be saved as
Correct.
PDF
you.
electronically.
Thank you.
That will, though, however, require expansion in our ICT processes and hardware. Yeah.
Madam Auditor General, it's appearing that this committee is concerned with the source documents or lack thereof, and as well with the personnel who are entrusted to keep the source documents. When it comes to personnel, does the Auditor General Department offer conferences or any type of thing to teach those within the accounting section of the department what is required, so at least we can first say we have informed them before taking legal routes?
Well, yes. First of all, we are participants of the clerical lectures to all new entrants. We have a module that's audit, and in that module we discuss what is expected of them when they are joining the service. So as they go up, they should already know these regulations. So we start there with the new entrants when we are invited by the Ministry of the Public Service. On our own, budget-wise, we do not really have the funds to bring everybody together, but at any point, we have advised all the ministries that if they do need our help, we can come and explain. We've done presentations to the police department in the past, explaining to them that this table is an asset of the government, and so you need to take care of this table. And we do find that at the time that police officers did not understand that the table belongs to the government. So we do have these types of trainings available to provide at request, no? Because I cannot be training all the time. I need to do my work.
Any other general questions from the committee before we move into specific areas that we highlighted? Madam Auditor General, one of the areas this committee focused on was the alleged mismanagement of Belize Defense Force funds. It was a huge scandal in 2016. Could you, for the committee's benefit, give an overview of what the situation was?
Yes. So the Office of the Auditor General received a request from the then CEO at the time to take a look at the rations and the Belize Defense Force Fund, because he had an inclination that something is going on. So we visited the BDF and we did found that they have an Atlantic bank account. But what was happening is that it seemed to be off the books. By off the books, it means that they were not recording their transactions. They did not have a cash book. Funds were being deposited to the bank account without any source document knowing why funds are being deposited. So a lot of people are saying, or a lot of people have this misconception that we only look at expenditure and how it was expended. We don't just do expenditure, we look at revenue. So all the funds that were being deposited to this account, which reached that huge amount, was off the books. Nobody knew that these funds were being deposited there other than the BDF, which was wrong. They must have a cash book, and finance officers of the ministry should be reviewing all accounts and all cash books of the ministry, which includes the BDF. What we found was that the commander at the time had made an agreement with external parties to carry out jungle training, and this was using the recurrent expenditure, but collecting for jungle training and putting the funds in the BDF account. So we explained to them, to the commander at the time, that you cannot use government property to make business. The BDF is not a private adventure. It's a business, and we don't do profits. Now, even if what was explained to us that what is called military tourism is an option for Belize, it has to be regulated properly. It cannot have a bank account and nobody knows about these funds. It has to pass through the Ministry of Finance. So for the military tourism to proceed in Belize, and it seems very lucrative back in 2016, 2017, the proper ways to managing an account with the Ministry of Finance so that we know exactly what is coming in and who is paying. Because as per the report, the requests were from Singapore, Germany, and the US, but we didn't see any money deposited from Singapore. So if you're telling me you spent with the Singapore crew, where did that money go, right? So we had to question it, because you don't just collect for collect's sake because you feel that you can make some money. It is important to report everything to the government.
Madam Auditor General, in detecting the Atlantic Bank account that was being used, were you able to see what was it being spent on?
Yes, we have a list of information there. The account was merely spending on trips for public officers, the military that have to go outside and study. This should pass to the Ministry of Finance, for example. This should not be used from a separate bank account. We do have an expenditure report that should be presented to the Assembly in the next report, but the expenditure was as well as 200,000 as mentioned in here, but these expenditures were not for the purpose that this account they said was for. For example, they said it was just to have some monies on hand for helping the BDF soldiers for illnesses, but we could not agree to that because they have a welfare fund and a benevolent fund, so this is a third fund for that. So we know that the expenditure part was not in alignment with their purposes, but you will receive a report on that specific expenditure in the next annual report, and I look forward to discussing that one as well.
Honorable Karim Musa.
In relation to this report, specifically in relation to the spending at the BDF, I know you mentioned in your report that there was an agreement that you located with the United States, and there was evidence of the funds being deposited for the training, or as you refer to it, the military tourism with the US. Now, in relation to the Singapore and the Germans, there was no agreement.
We did not find any agreement with them.
Okay, and there was no deposit either, or funds sent from these governments in relation to this training for these two countries.
For the Germans, we do have a follow-up report, and I'm going to go advance here because I did this audit. We found that the Germans paid to a private business.
Okay.
And when we found that it was paid to a private business, we brought it up to the attention of the commander. And we said, this is a no-no, because you use government resources to service them. And so we found later on, after this date, that the funds from the business, from this private business, was deposited to the BDF fund. So it was returned. However, I must highlight that we have not audited that account since. So I cannot guarantee that that fund was not returned to the private business.
So you do have expenditures coming from the government of Belize for the training of the Germans and the Singapore military that came to Belize. You have evidence of the Germans reimbursing, but we do not know how those funds were, whether it was reimbursed to the government, but it doesn't sound like that. It went into the BDF.
For the Singapore portion, it does not sound like that.
Okay. And in relation specifically to the Singapore portion, what was the estimated sum that was expended on their training?
We didn't have any information for that because unfortunately Smart Stream did not disclose any expenses for the Singapore group, but they did mentioned for the Germans. In fact, I think I can recall they did not even mention who it was for. They only said we purchased this, we purchased that, but we linked it to what...
These three groups?
Yes, we linked it
Okay.
to these three groups.
So the entire sum, you would say, covers all three groups, but it's not specific to any country or
No,
their
it's
military?
not specific. It's not specific to any country because some source documents were absent, and so we could not really link who paid for what. This is a big finding. I see you smiling, Chair, today, but this is a huge finding under the BDF's management of that time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Honorable Senator Chanono.
AG, just to tap back to an earlier reference, you said or alluded that perhaps it was an issue with handing over notes from one official to the next, but I'm also now hearing that there was also a lack of quality in the data entry in terms of even how it was posted or where it was posted to. Can you expound on that, please?
Yeah, we're referring back to the financial statements. Yes, this unit is supposed to be the ones dedicated to do the postings or journalize the entries on the smart stream. So we saw delays. There are times where postings are done months after. I do agree that the regulations do give Accountant General 3 months to finalize her postings and all of that. But the moment you present the statements, it's because you have supposedly completed those postings already.
Specific to the trainings for the military tourism, I also heard you just now reference that when you tried to find the details relevant to the transactions, that there wasn't sufficient information for you to tie back.
Right, yes. So in that instance, they don't do any postings. It's just the information to prove that the Germans or the Singapore crew came. In comparison to the U.S. Army, they did have an agreement, a written agreement, what will be spent on them, how many days, and everything was in order for them and was deposited. The only thing that was not in order is that you cannot lend government assets and expect to get paid back for it without the authority of the Ministry of Finance.
And can you share in subsequent, I would have imagined some follow-ups, what has shifted or what the change has been to alleviate these types of systemic issues?
When it comes to source documents, we were discussing earlier that we will find a way to start to recommend for digitalization of these records because they start electronically in the first place. You type it on the computer so you can save it electronically and start to prepare, obtain servers where you can save information. It's going to be an expensive venture, and we try not to give recommendations that will alter the budget. So we don't really go there, but it's beginning to be a necessity now.
I will confess I cringe a little bit whenever we talk about things that are expensive, because I think expensive is relative to loss, right? So if we invest $100 here and the net result is that there isn't waste or leakage or potential vulnerabilities, then really what we've invested as opposed to a cost incurred as expensive, we do benefit at the outset based on the outcome of that investment, correct?
Right, so there is a cost efficiency to it, making sure that what you're spending will give you quality right back. So going digital, for my belief, is the best way to go at this point. Yeah, and we should not think about the budget on that.
Chair.
Madam AG, just to lay this point straight again, from your years of experiences in the auditing field, has there ever been another instance where the government offers its services and equipment to an international military and the payment is actually goes through a private account?
No, this is the first that we found when it comes to the military tourism. This was the first, and it was a big catch because we questioned the revenue aspect of it. If we had focused only on expenditure, we would not have seen that what was paid in was paid to this private company.
Is your department upon detecting a catch like this, in charge of forwarding a report to the police to have it properly investigated as a criminal offense?
What we do is to send a copy to the police department when applicable. However, we cannot initiate the process of civil action. It has to be done by the CEO of that ministry.
Thank you.
Were you able to look at, what type of accounts that went into Auditor General?
The BDF funds?
Yes.
There is this one specific business account that collected from the Germans. It's in another report, so it's not part of this, but it was a private business that received 152,000 plus for the German training. And this business, we found the owners, and one of the owners was a member of the BDF. And so we visited the address of the business. It was a house. It was not a resort. It was not an agency. We have pictures of that. We have everything that we found. So we went back to the commander and the CEO about it. And what was done is to make sure that the funds was returned to the government, to place back in the Atlantic Bank account. But like I said earlier, we have not checked this account since then, so I cannot guarantee that amongst themselves they didn't return it back to the business or something else happened. So it's important, and that's why for the 15-16 I said to you all, when you asked me out of this book what is most important to look at, I said, please look at individual reports that we submit, because even though this is 10 years ago, we don't know if anything was done about it. And in this case, people will say, well, who are mostly affected by this? The BDF soldiers are mostly affected by this, because at that time, I think there were some scandals about they're not getting enough rations, they're not getting enough proper sleeping facilities, and so we can possibly even say, well, that's why, because the funds is going towards jungle training and not towards the soldiers. And I think that without putting in emotions, the soldiers do a big role for us in Belize. So,
Now, you mentioned this particular case. Is it possible that there maybe have been instances where this was something that was regularly done?
I believe it could have been regularly done, but we only audited that scope. We did not go beyond to find out if it was happening more, or even if it's happening now. I haven't heard, Minister, I'm not sure if you're still at Defense, but I haven't heard of any military group coming lately, so I'm not sure, because I don't know if those are even announced any at all.
And this is perhaps a question that we'll have to take up at other forums or levels, but when something like this would happen, do they just return it to a fund and then that's the end of it?
That's the end of it, because the CEO is in charge of making sure that who did something wrong, administratively, we go to the Public Service Commission, or civilly, I take you to court.
And none of that was done?
None of that was done. Not in this case. It was not done.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Any further questions? Honorable Senator Chanona.
Thank you. Can I just ask as a process question? Because I believe 2016, 2017, it was easier to find out who were the beneficial owners of companies. I believe the laws have changed subsequently. So how does that alter your approach to these audits?
It should not, because the Constitution as well as the FARA still gives me the power to have full access to records, even on electronic form. So I do not expect that the company's registries will be saying no to me when I do a request.
Thank you. And therefore, the names were privy to you in terms of
Yes.
who
The
that
names,
was, and
yes.
that will be in a report from you?
Normally, we redact the names from the reports, but this information can be provided to the committee separately if you do desire.
Thank you.
Honorable Karim Musa.
Yes, Auditor General, just as a final follow-up on that particular point in relation to this company, you mentioned going to an address and knowing who the individual was, and it was a BDF soldier behind the company. Are you aware whether that company actually does business from that location or?
No, from our research, there's no business going on there.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So
Committee members, do we have any other question for
I wanted to
Madam
add,
Yeji?
I wanted to add that the copy of the original report with the names on it has been submitted in 2017 to the ministry. So they should have a copy of the report with the names and all the information that you're looking for.
Honorable Senator Chanona.
Can I just ask the AG if she would like to share any parting statement before we move to the next witness?
No, my greatest appreciation is to go through this book and give an opportunity to discuss the findings, because a lot of these things we take for granted and we say that, well, we're not helping the citizens, but every audit that we do is for the citizens of Belize. So being it health sector, being the agriculture sector, being the security services section, all of our audits have a direct impact on our citizens. So I do appreciate this process and making sure that our cycle is being complete, the auditing cycle.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General, for the privilege of your time, for the straightforward responses to the committee's questions. On behalf of the committee, I wish to express appreciation for your continued work in supporting transparency and accountability in public financial management. Thank you.
Too.
The committee will now proceed to hear our next witness. Madam Clerk, please invite the Accountant General, Ms. Teresita Miranda, to join the committee. Madam Clerk, please invite the Accountant General, Ms. Teresita Miranda, to join this hearing. Good morning, Madam Accountant General. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. The committee looks forward to engaging with you on matters raised in the Auditor General's report that relate to the responsibilities of the Accountant General's department, including issues concerning financial records, reporting practices, and the management of public accounts. At this time, you may provide any brief opening remark you wish. It's the bottom button.
I appreciate, Chair. I appreciate to the honorable senators the opportunity for me to be here today. I do believe that this is a very important opportunity that we have. I do consider it this is the powerful mechanism that we have for institutional strengthening, and I do appreciate it.
If you could, for the committee's benefit and the viewers, give us an idea of how many years you've been in this field, how many reports you've been part of, so that we could have a general idea of what you do and how it goes within your department.
Thank you. I have been on the service of the government of Belize for almost 32 years. I have been at the Treasury most of the time, and I have also been in other ministries. We have been able to submit two important reports.
Thank you. I now open the floor for questioning by members of the committee. Honorable Senator Chanona.
Chair, and thank you very much, Accountant General. We appreciate your service to the nation. The staff of the National Assembly has, to their credit, prepared a comparative analysis report to the members regarding testimonies from the Accountant General's office between 2017 and 2025. So if you allow me to, I would just like to trigger in terms of a status report of where we are now, because we're discussing numbers 10 years on. And I think the committee has expressed on multiple occasions and will continue to reiterate the importance of how we come up to date and how we get to current. But just to share, for instance, in 2017, we talked about statements being late and incomplete, lack of data, lack of staff on both ends. But when you joined us in 2025, you said that based on the current timelines, the 2025-2026 fiscal year report would not be submitted until maybe 2028 if there were legislative changes. So I just would like you to start in terms of what those legislative changes will be. I know in earlier occasions we had discussed perhaps multiple processes happening so that we can make sure that we're true to the Constitution and provide the accounts for every year, but perhaps that there are simultaneous efforts happening. But please expound if you may.
Okay. On the part of the legislation, what we're trying to do is that what we had to consult, the consultation has to happen first, because then what happens is that we're governed by the FARA, we also have the financial regulations as well, and for us to be able to, what the Treasury would like is that we can submit all the backlog statements that we have. However, the Finance and Audit Act says that the Auditor General as well has to have her timeline as well for the checking of the, and to respond to that, to the report. What we would like to do is that we see it is very important to have accountability to show that the validation of the statements, even though they are in backlog. However, we want to reach to where we are in current. We cannot do so because then of the legislation. What we're proposing is that if we can submit all of them, if we can then request for the legislation, the amendment of the legislation to give the Auditor General the time for her to be able to check. But at the same time, we continue going forward. But that then again is something that we are just in the process of making sure that we have enough consultation, because then likewise we have to work with the Auditor General as well. Because then while we are expressing that we can do the backlog, what we are seeing is that for the human resource for the Treasury Department, then we will have to increase that. And I do believe that it will be the same for the Auditor General, because then while we will be submitting, then it will pose the same challenge for her. So it's something that she has to be consulted, and then we need to come to an agreement as to how is it, what will be the best for both of us to be able to deal with it.
And can you share that SMART goal timeline with us so that we can help you to track and monitor so that those consultations conclude at a certain stage and that we get to the point of supporting legislation?
Okay, what we are doing is that we have 17, 18 that we need to be submitting. So what we are saying is that we look at the recommendations from the Auditor General. 17, 18 more or less should be the same. We are going to have the same challenges, because the same challenges, we're just dealing with them now. There are many things that we had to have been doing in terms of the records, which I do have a presentation because maybe sometimes visual is very good. And timeline, we do believe that after this 2018, which we expect to submit in April, then we can talk about this legislation. So I don't want to say, okay, we can do it by the end of this financial year, but I do believe, I am very confident that by the end of this year, we have something in the legislation submitted already. Mm-hmm.
For that, and if there are no objections from other colleagues, perhaps it would be best if we started off with your presentation as we go forward. Chair?
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what I have here is that I have a PowerPoint where I wanted to respond to a few of the questions that I had in my letter of invitation. So, okay, one of the issues that was as a query on the report of the Auditor General was the imbalance, a difference in the trial balance and the confirmation letter from the central bank account. So what we're saying is here, something had to have happened for us to have that difference. What we found out, and what I want to mention as well, when we do the financial statements, what we are doing is that we are submitting a report of our findings. This is something that happened in 2016, 2017. So definitely we have to do a little bit more research even for us to be able to find out what happened. So what we found out there during that time, the APSS. APSS is the Automated Payment and Security Settlement System that was introduced in October 2016. This is a central bank system that we use along with the commercial banks for the payments. Now, what happened there? Payroll and payable journals. This used to be done in different commercial bank accounts. We used to be able to pay salaries in the different commercial bank accounts. We used to do individual checks for every employee. Huge number of checks that we have back then. Now what happened in 2016, we went from 275 entries from a central bank, in the central bank statement, we went to over 42,640 entries, transaction entries. So now what this required? This transition to a new system required new processes, new training. So now we have a new system from central bank, which is working excellent. we had to have prepared our personnel. We had to have trained them. Now, who trains somebody when nobody from within the Treasury knew the system? So we were learning along the way. Complete reconciliation of all commercial banks should have been done before we go into that. But then not to say to central bank, you have to wait until we are done. We knew that a new system was coming, so we should have prepared for that. So now, why the difference there? What I was able to identify, our team identified that the differences come from accounts payable and payroll clearing. So you see the connection there, because of the amount of transactions, the backend, the activity in the backend activity. What happens is that when we when we pay, we send to central bank, we clear it and it goes to these accounts, 80-30 for payroll, 80-30-10 for payables. So now, after that, because the system, we have to do it manual, so it requires officers for them to go in, manually go back and enter these into the individual accounts that would then affect this central bank account. So if you go one more slide. If you notice, this is what happened. There are few transactions that recorded in the 750-151, that is the central bank account, in SmartStream. So what stayed at 80-30-11 should have gone to 750-151 as well. But that requires manual intervention. So if back then we know that we were paying, so it is not that there was something wrong that we did not pay or something is missing from the central bank statement. The only thing that is missing is really the recording of the information there. So it is that it left in the middle, it was not posted. It is wrong, yes, but it was just because it required more analysis for us to see what is the complete cycle of a transaction, and then that would have been done. So we found out about this now that we are doing the financial statements. We want to address it, but when you look at 42,000 transactions, then it's a very challenging. We find out about 42,000 transactions back then, 2016, 2017, compared to what is happening now, more. So if I have the same amount of officers working in current right now, that you cannot allow that to continue to happen because you have found out what happened, then you have to have them both at the same time. So that's the challenge. When we submit a financial statement, it's not totally that we ignore the fact that this can be done. We can do it, but it just would require staff and more time.
Clarifying question. So does that mean that is still what is expected now from the system, that manual intervention today?
No, that has been, we have dealt with it, yes. So what we're seeing here is that we need more officers, and then also, for this not to have happened, we needed a little bit more of that accounting, a stronger accounting skill when the statements were prepared back then. So the status of the reconciliation, going a little bit further, for the Treasury Department, we have the Financial Reporting Unit, which was established in 2024-2025. They are now focusing on the reconciliation of the central bank account for 2023 to present. So even though they were present, we have to remain current, we have been able to go back 2023. So they're doing that at the same time. What we find out as well is that all of this requires senior staff with accounting skills. We really appreciate when we are equipped with the personnel, but then that is a tremendous, tremendous challenge for us if they do come with a lack of the skills that we require. Our greatest challenge has been recruitment, retention, turnover. Currently, as I am speaking, yesterday I received a letter of resignation from an officer. An officer who has been trained for past 6 months. In the 7th month, he decided to resign. A person who is dealing in the financial reporting unit. You know what that means? It means now that it will take me another 6 months for me to train somebody. And that is a huge account. I mean, every day that we have somebody that is transitioning or handing over, it means that one day is going by. So if that happened back then, and there was probably a little bit less oversight, then that is where the problem came. So we have here another of the queries. We go back to that, thank you. We also have for me to be able to deal 2017, 2018, we have to have a plan because we take very seriously the recommendations from the Auditor General. We wish and we would hope that every time that we submit the backlog of the statements, we would have less items that they will be querying that, you know what, we told you about this, the past report, and now I still see it again. But however, we can do it. It's just volumes. It's just the staff that we will need. Also, if we do that, if we go back and we have to correct and we have to go item by item, this means that I cannot submit within the timeline that I would like. It will take some time. So, and then the cycle comes back again. Train again, time for me again, time for us to see. And then, unfortunately, within the public service, our officers are transferable. So after we have not, after some years, the finance officers decide to go. So then the Treasury Department, the functions of the Treasury Department are very unique. So that if you go to the regular ministry, what they concentrate, what they focus on is payments. They do payments, they do purchases, but at the Treasury we do far more than that. We have 12 units. We deal with debt management. We deal with fiscal, with the cash management. We deal with the revenue. So it's a huge department, so that just not that finance officer that can come, gets transferred, not automatically you can decide, you can say, you know what, I can do this. You still have to know what the Treasury does. And not only what the Treasury does on that specific section, all around all the sections, you have to know because all of them are linked one to each other. Another of the queries that we received was this particular bank account from the Heritage Bank, that we were able to find that this is not a revenue account. However, this could be either a donor agency or a project account. So what we did is that we sent a formal request to the Ministry of Economic Transformation for us to be able to know more about the account. And also, we need to determine the classification and ownership. So a request was sent also to Heritage Bank for us to get the statements for us to be able to know what happened with what the transactions were for that account. So currently we're doing research on that. And what we also agreed with the Ministry of Finance as well, in fact, there has been a circular number 9 that we will include the Treasury in all the different accounts, because then what had been happening is that the Treasury are only signatories to bank accounts for the revenue accounts. But we need to be also, and these also need to be, because then this is grants, sometimes these are grants, and they need to appear in our financial statements as well. So another of the questions that I received was, what is it that we are doing to strengthen our financial reporting? What we have done is that we have now weekly training for our reconciliation unit. We do get the turnover of staff is very high, but then we had to have developed something for us to be able to deal with that. So what we do now, we focus on a weekly training for our reconciliation unit. We have standardized the statement for the bank accounts, so you don't see a different statement coming from everywhere for different accounts. We have standardized those. We have the control mechanism that was implemented was to our Assistant Accountant General, he verifies the bank balances monthly. So what we have been doing is that we have been increasing our focus in the reconciliation of all the government bank accounts, and that they balance and they reconcile with the chart of accounts that is the smart stream accounts. Also, we have gone through the IPSAS training. We did a 6-month IPSAS training, so that a little bit more enhances the skills of our finance officer. This is at a higher management. And in March, we have our short-term strategic plan, because what I have noted as well, that oftentimes we come and we say that, okay, this needed to be done and everybody has to do to finish it, but then we also had to look at the structure of the Treasury. So if they all know what are the challenges that what is this report, what it means to us, then we're all together going to be able to go towards or work towards achieving a goal. I am very much appreciative of the fact that I am seeing that we have now a team who has become more responsible in the delivery of their service that they do for the Treasury and for the government of Belize. So also we are going to be having our new cashiering system. This promises to be very good because then in the past what we have been having is a challenge that when we record, it is sometimes it's very limited that we cannot record, okay, if we received a deposit in Atlantic Bank, the system would not allow us to say it was in Atlantic Bank. All that it would say, all right, it was a bank transaction. Now we can, with a system, what we want to do, we want exactly at the time, real time, that when you receive, if it is a deposit at Atlantic Bank, then our system will automatically show and take it all the way to the chart of accounts so that we avoid that manual intervention that had been happening. Okay. The issue of the records. The records had been a very critical issue that we had to deal with. When we went to the records room, if you can see, this is what we were able to see. This is what we meant. We met. How do I send the Auditor General to find documents? How do I send our officers to find documents? We have to find what to do. So all of this had been a kickback for us, for this current Treasury management, for us to be able to meet the requests, the recommendations of the Auditor General, because even though we acknowledge it, we know correctly that this is indicative of something that was failing in the past, we had to have time to deal with this. Okay. So these are the records that we found. I have to publicly acknowledge as well the officers that were courageous enough, that took the initiative and were able to be reassigned to do the cleanup of this, to do the sorting out of these documents. Okay. So we have 3 different records. We have one at the Charles Bartlett building. We had one in Belmopan, and then we had another one by the Eleanor Hall building. So this is what we found overall in the different. This was the Charles Bartlett. So what they did in the exercise is that we had to take out everything infested, very much snakes and everything. All of these were taken out. We had to do the regular cleanup. That was the first thing that we had to do. So now what we did, rearrange them. Put them in different sacks. Those are for the years that really are all the way in the 1990s, 1984, up to 1990s, I do believe. So what we had to do, take them out, and we had to sort them out again. We're just putting them labeling them as for somebody else, for another records officer now to come and index them properly, sort them out for them to be able to be classified as records. So now, this is what it looks now. This is the improvement that we have seen at the Treasury. So what happened? MPS and the Ministry of Finance has been, Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Finance has been very supportive in this. But again, this is why this is very important, because the report is saying many times that it is as a result. The opinion that we got is as a result of insufficient source documents. So this was very important. We had to have finished this for us now to be able to continue to be able to classify the documents now. So this is not done as yet. So what we have been doing now, these are the 3 places that we have. We recently got a new office space. We just moved in the new office space in January 2026. So what we registered there now, we have a 1,664 bankers box, we have 500 sacks, and we have 425 other banker box. So that gives you an idea of how much information we have. And what we see there is that at the Eleanor Hall building, if you notice, it's already labeled no. So at the Eleanor Hall building, which is our building that we currently have, where our office is, headquarters, we have been able to, we managed to get 2 records officers. So we have them now full-time working. So that is the result of that. So now that you can, when you go, when audit goes, now they can specifically go to which year they want to go, but that is current. So we have not been there as yet. So all these reports will continue to challenge us with this. The other one of the complex building, what we have is more files that date 1984 up to 1991, I do believe. So those one, as per the regulations, we will have to classify them for destruction with the correct approvals as well. Now we also have the one at South Ring Road. That is where we just moved, we relocated, and that is going to be even better now, because now what we have done is that we have submitted for the creation of the post for us to have a records officer who will be responsible for the unit, because in the past it used to be the finance officer from the sub-treasurer who was responsible, so no direct oversight for the records. Okay, that was more or less based on the questions that I had.
Senator Chanona, please.
Thank you very much for that, Accountant General. Just on the matter of records, and it does look very impressive after the fact, but just as importantly, as I understand the current regulations, those are the types of records that we have to maintain for how many years? Because
it depends on the type of file that they are. For example, payroll, it requires you to, the P files requires you to have it for 45 years. So all of them, depending, so all of them have to be classified. So what we have right now, what we were able to do, get boxes and boxes. We put them where now you can go in, now you have to open those boxes, and now you have to classify them. What is very important as well is that we have an amount of boxes, we have an amount of records. You would be able to say, or one officer said, well, let us get 5, 6 people for them to come in and just sort it out. Okay, we can do that. But if we get 5 new people, you have documents that are pertaining to debt management. How would a new person know that, okay, this file belongs here? We have revenue. How will this new person know that this is revenue? So what we did is that we got 2 senior officers for them to be able to do, we did a special assignment for them. And that is how we managed to have, at least we moved them to where the sections are. Now, for us to destroy, we have to be able to open the balance, get details of the information. That is time consuming. So we cannot tell them we have a box with 10 files. They want to know, or it is, for us to give approval, for me to get approval for the destruction, I have to tell them, it's a file that contains receipts from this series to this series, it dates to that, that is the proper way. And that, again, is going to take time.
I just want to make sure, thank you for that. I just want to make sure that we heard you right. 4 or 5, 45 years. So, sorry, I'll defer right now to the member. So where are we then in terms of realistically, because as you're calling out, the number of these transactions and the number of these files will only increase year to year. Are we looking at digitizing these documents to make sure that we can be realistically handling this? Because I mean, that looks like a lot of floor space that
occupying.
It is occupying right now.
Yes, indeed. We're exploring that more and more so, because what we believe is that it is very time consuming even for us. When we're going to be sending the report to the Auditor General, it's in numbers. So if we can digitally be able to have that accessible by the Auditor General, in fact, even now we're working like that, because what we did is that we opened different folders because of the access of SmartStream. So the reports that we create, the Auditor General already has it. So we are seeing that we are moving towards that. These ones here may not, but then if we move forward, we need to be able to. So we are exploring it, definitely. There is a need.
Thank you. And my sister is the educator in the family. I would also like to call out, I feel like this is a skill and a marketable one at that. So maybe there's a conversation to be had with academic institutions to see how we can get certification for persons to do this, just in terms of what we're dealing with now. Because I know right now when managers are looking at transcripts and certifications, these seem like something that would be very marketable to the government in the first instance, but just overall as an option. But I defer to the member. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Oscar Mira, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much, Accountant General, for your presentation. And I really do feel for you and your team. You know, those files are, I'm sure, that were a headache. And my comment would be exactly what Senator Chanona was saying about digitizing. And what will it take to digitize all those files? Does it need legislative changes? Does it need just a budget? But what would it need to make sure that all of those files, in fact, even those ones that need to be held for 45 years, that they can be scanned and digitized so that we don't use the amount of space and the amount of work when doing reports? It will be a win-win for everybody if you could digitize everything faster. The information would be there. So my question would be, what will it take? Does it take legislative changes? Does it take just a budget? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Legislative first, yes, because then if you notice Finance and Act 2020, then we also have the financial orders, 1965. So the financial orders is what dictates to us the retention. So definitely yes, but we are working along. I was in communication with the archives with Director Montero. So we are getting information. However, thankfully, when it comes to budget, the Financial Secretary is very supportive. I do not anticipate any problem with that. It's just that we then have to present him with a plan. So we will work. However, our greatest challenge is that have our team working in the past. And we have to work forward. And that is the reason as to why our strategic plan, because then what we have seen is that we have to be able to know exactly where we are going, but we have to address the past. And we will not be able to fully focus on exploring and modernizing the treasury the way we would like. We would like that if you ask me for a document, I can show you right now where the document is. We have a few of the documents that we have, but very limited because then we are supported by CETO. So that the infrastructure will also play a very important, because then the Treasury Department has only 2 IT officers. And for us to be able to do that and for us to be able to maintain it, then we will definitely have to have one for the Treasury Department. So infrastructure, legislation, the budget I do not anticipate. It's just for us to actually be able to come up with a plan and be able to present it. But yes, it is in our plans already.
Honorable Senator Herrera.
Good morning again, Accountant General. Accountant General, sorry. Did I say auditor? So I'm sorry. Again, I think that we have reviewed many of these themes with you before. I mean, we have the recurring issues related to the whole accounting system, it seems. One of the issues that have come up quite significantly in the audit is the source documents that I think we were looking at just a little while ago. I noted though that on page 18 of the report, I believe, it said that in one of the storage areas there were no 2016 or 2017 source documents, and I found that a little extreme. I mean, I can understand that, you know, you'd have a certain, you know, some missing, but there was nothing to be found for 2016, 2017. And one of the complaints in the report that keeps that that kept on repeating was that, you know, there was a significant issue with the source documents. And I know you went over some of that just now. How long more will we be seeing these types of reports before it gets better? What year can we expect a significant change?
Between the period of starting 2023. Because 2016, 2017, it's not that we didn't have anything at all. What the audit requirements is probably what we did not fully meet. And I would say that how, for the auditors, it is very important, and based on the queries of the report, the amounts that are material, you need to look at those, and those were some of them we did not have. Instructions for us to be able to have the copy of the document has to come from the Ministry of Finance. In the past, I really cannot say who used to do it, but what I can tell you right now is why is it that I can tell you 2023 to know, because since we took over, we started to see the issues, and we have been working with the Ministry of Finance. We have been coordinating for us to see that we have these available. We have discussions, we make sure that our officers are on board, that you request, if you do not have the supporting document, you make sure that you have it. More and more we are seeing that how after 2023, they were requesting. It was not just a matter of going to the system and approve, even if you do not see a supporting document just because it was any ministry who put it there. We can control, the Treasury vets and verifies payments that are above 10,000. And what it used to happen as well, if there was a payment that was 30,000, 40,000, what the ministry would do, they would put it in different payments, 5, 10, so 5 and less than 10, so that different payments, so we do not, it doesn't reach to us for approval. That the approval falls within the ministry. So 2023, we will definitely be able to see a lot more. However, after 2017, 2018, if you notice the issues that we have been bringing up, unless we adjust it, we made adjustments in 2018. And that's why you saw that 15, 16, 16, 17, we had similar challenges. However, in 2018, there was an adjustment, but which is an adjustment as well that we will have to deal with in this financial statement 17, 18. But then 18, 19, then we will start to see a little bit, but until 2020, 2023, 21, 22, 23, a little less, but 2023 definitely, because now we have taken more control in those.
I noticed that in the report as well that the Auditor General stated that the financial audit officers are not submitting to the Accountant General in a timely way. Can you maybe expand on that for us? And that would have been on page 32.
On page, sorry?
32.
32. Yes, that would be correct. The finance, we appreciate a lot the report of the Auditor General, because then this reinforces our findings as well. What we were able to see is that, as I mentioned now, one of the implementations that we had to do is that we had to standardize the statements, the bank statements. We have to have cash and bank statements, the reconciliation of both cash and bank statements below the line. So the full responsibility of reconciliation is not solely on the Treasury, but also on my ministries as well. The Treasury Department has, we manage the bank accounts for revenue bank accounts of for the government of Belize. So that should have been the responsibility of the Treasury indeed. The returns are the reports that show the reconciliation of the monthly bank statements or the monthly cash received. So we found out that there were a lot missing from the different sub-treasuries. We had challenges, especially in Belmopan. The reason again, and it can be attributed to the fact that our system, as I mentioned, when you make collections, when you record a revenue, you cannot, the limitation of the system is that all that you will be able to say, we receive revenue, bank, but it doesn't show more. At a line ministry, for example, the natural resources, the transport department, they do collections, they use Belize Bank, they use Atlantic Bank, and the checks that they collect also, now because of the APSS, we do scan it and it goes to central bank. So right there, and then you have 3 banks already. When you do the editing at the end of the day, manually the finance officers have to go in and they have to change by default that all goes to bank, they have to classify the chart of accounts, they have to go manually and input the different accounts. That is where we saw that the challenge came from. Because then if you do not fully understand what is the purpose or what are the operations of the treasury, it might be that probably they left it, and sometimes when and because they do not reconcile, they would not catch up on that. So the lack of reconciliation, indeed, that was a major finding that we had with the sub-treasuries, because then they are responsible to edit. But again, eliminating that manual that you have to manipulate in any report is going to be a plus for us with the new system that we have.
When the financial audit officers, who are the financial officers? Those are just to confirm, those would be the COs.
The accounting officers are the COs.
Accounting officers.
The finance officers are the officers who are in charge of the accounting
Those are
management of the different ministries,
within
departments.
the ministries.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
When they're late to submit their accounts to you, what happens?
We should be the ones making sure that they are compliant. It is the Treasury who should have ensured that that happens. That is what we're doing currently. In the past, it is obvious that that was not being done. That's why we have a huge challenge. Every day, you have to balance. Every day, you have to know that your balances are in order. It is in the regulation. It is in the regulation telling you that you close off your cash book, you balance your cash book, you prepare your deposits. Tomorrow, this is a closing balance. Tomorrow, you have an opening balance. So it is not that they do not know. All of them should know. That is the function of a finance officer as well. But the oversight comes from the accounting officer. Oversight also is for the Treasury Department, because if the Treasury Department had also been reconciling, that would not have continued.
And if that doesn't happen, what do you do?
We should have, the Accountant General does have the authority to write for accountability of the finance officers. We should be able to write to the accounting officers. That is also linked to their performance appraisal as well. So there should be oversight of that as well.
So the point that the Auditor General is making on page 18, I believe it's number 36, she says that the financial officers are not submitting to you in a timely fashion. That would have related to 2016, 2017, and no longer exists. That's the point you're making.
We are establishing that currently, that the reconciliation has to come from them. Again, there was no, even though the financial regulation tells you what you do, okay, you have to balance your cash book, but there is no such template that you can classify as, okay, this is the way you do the returns. It does give us guidance as to what you should do, but then the Financial Orders 1965 refers back to vote control. We don't have a vote control anymore. So we have to do the amendment of those regulations for us to be able to apply. We have a smart stream system, but also the smart stream system easily gives you a reconciliation. It's just, again, it's part of the function that is being neglected.
Okay. The Auditor General also made reference to source documents being destroyed. without being authorized. Are you aware of that?
We would not be aware of it unless somebody brings it to our attention, but the proper process to follow would be that they list us what is it that they want to destroy. We look at it, we go back to the financial orders, we see the type of files that have to be destroyed, and then we issue an approval. Then that goes over to the Auditor General. She vets it, and that is when she issues a certificate for destruction. That is the correct process that should be followed.
Okay. And does that take place?
For the ones that we are aware of, that comes to our office, yes, because we follow up on that.
On the issue of debt management, I understand that there is a parallel system where you're supposed to, under the financial orders, you're supposed to be the one who's accountable for that aspect of it. But I also understand that Ministry of Finance, which is also the ministry under which you come under as well, also have their own system that does the whole recording and management of the debt. Can you maybe explain to us how that works?
Okay, so what happens is that there was a discussion with us, the Accountant General, along with the Financial Secretary and their team. This resulted because of the same challenges that we have been seeing in the financial statements. When we were doing the financial statement, what we were able to see is that we couldn't get information. We do not have source documents. While we were compiling information, the Treasury did not have it back then. Back then, the debt management used to function, but just making sure that they do payments, but the reconciliation part of it, the structuring of a debt management statement for us to be able to submit in the financial statement was not there. So having detected that weakness, what the Ministry of Finance said, okay, let me help you. Let me sort it out. Let me reconcile it. And you give me some time for us to be able to do it while we help you. Okay. We objected because then of the mandate that is in the financial orders, that we should be able to manage the management. We agreed that they take it, they fix it up, because they have to find the source documents. They should be able to do the posting, to give us that statement. Good. But the agreement was that as soon as that is reconciled, that we move forward with the statements and we do not have these challenges, then it goes back fully to the Treasury Department. So we are in that process. That was the agreement. But definitely, we asked them that we need to be able to have access to that statement because that is part of our requirement, that we need to be able to look at it. We have to be able to see what is in there. So that was never a problem, and we continue to strengthen the Treasury Department, and we believe that when we get 2023, we will be able to see that we can manage those as well. Because there should be a check and balance, because they give us the instruction, we should be the ones recording, and so there's a check in there, validation.
Last question I have, Accountant General, is you said that the 2018 will be submitted for audit by April of this year. Do you have any other projections for this 2026 in terms of what other years will be submitted for audit? Okay. I know you had sent us a
yes.
table.
Are
we still on schedule with that table?
We will have to follow up until we have the legislation changes in the legislation, because then we still have to give the time to the Auditor General. So right. Unless we propose, we want, as soon as we submit 2018, then we will work with the legislation, which means we can say that we have a draft, but then we have not done the proper consultation with the Financial Secretary, because then ultimately he needs to be able to submit for us as well. We submit to the Ministry of Finance, and then, but we had sent for an advice as to what can be done. So more or less we're guided by that, and we definitely will need legal advice as well, because then we need to know how that will affect for us, for the Auditor General. So again, it's still in the process. 2026, we should have something by the end of 2026.
Another one.
We should.
Well, the last time this discussion came up when you were here, I think that the issue was submitting multiple reports at the same time. Now, this would be, you're submitting 2017, 2018 in April. You're saying that the issue is you cannot work on 2018, 2019 until the Auditor General is completed with that report, or what would be, what is really the issue that would be, that you'd be concerned about there?
Okay, we have the statements because we had submitted before, but the last is that the Auditor General needs to be given 3 months to do the checking of the validation and
The audit.
auditing of the report. So we cannot, even if we send, we still have to give her the time. And then when she sends back the recommendation, it is because then she's recommending that we make adjustments before we submit another one. So if we do not comply with that, then again, it will come as even worse in her recommendations because then we are not being compliant with her recommendations from the previous one.
And that's part of it that I'm not fully, I don't think I fully appreciate at this point, and perhaps I'm missing something here. But if you submit the 2017, 2018 in April, and while she's auditing, you're continuing with getting your accounts together and prepared. Now, when she gets back to you after 3 months with those adjustments or whatever you have to meet, you slap those in and then you're ready to go again. Isn't that the way it should work?
It should
Or
be
it can work?
It can work. It
Okay.
is working like that because then last year we submitted 2.
Right.
But again, if you notice, the gap is in the 3 months, and now April right now, we are ready to submit another one.
Right.
And thereafter, we have them prepared. But again, it is what I have shared with them. Our reports, our statements are what we found. We can go back, based on the recommendation, we come back, but we would have to do this. So if we continue, and then I get in my reports that, oh, I did not complied, I did not make the adjustment. But if the issue was that I couldn't get source document in 2015-16, it's not that it will change 17-18.
Yes, no, we appreciate that.
But we have them prepared. Right now, the
When you say you
system
have them prepared,
that we can print today and we can send to the Auditor General.
so you can send it 2017, 2018,
2019, 2020. I can.
Those are prepared?
That is what we did the first time. And it was returned, all of those were returned to us.
Yeah.
We did that.
Okay, so, right. So it may be safe to say then that you submit one in April, you can submit one in August, and you can submit one by November, December of this year. So we may have 3 years that can be submitted, 3 additional years that can be submitted in 2026.
We can work with that. We can work with that. But when we get them back, we try as much as possible. If we can, we go back and try to see at least a few of the adjustments we try to do.
Of course, of course.
Yes. And that takes a little bit time for us to submit again. But we try. We can do it. We can.
Just so that the committee appreciates the point I'm making now is that by the end of this year, it's possible that you could submit up to 2021.
We will try our very best. If the timelines allows us to do that, yes, because
Well, it
we
should.
already, yes, because
Yeah.
then it will be 2017-18 here in April.
Right.
Mhm.
Then
following,
2018, 19,
yes.
and
Indeed,
okay.
indeed.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Honorable Karim Musa.
Chair, and good morning, Accountant General.
Good morning, Minister.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. Just a general question in relation to the recommendations as you have gleaned over the report, the Auditor General's report for 2016-2017. There are numerous recommendations coming from the Auditor General in terms of enhancing the accounting system, recommendations to the Accountant General's office. Do you having looked at this, do you agree with all of the recommendations as identified by the Auditor General with respect to this year? I know that you're saying that in 2023 we can expect better reporting, but do you agree with, for the most part, these recommendations? Or put another way or asked another way, do you take issue with any of these recommendations that you might say they're unfair because of so and so? So have you flagged any of them as being unfair recommendations or not accurate recommendations?
Not at all, Minister. Thank you very much for the question. Not at all. We do appreciate and we acknowledge that this is very good for us, because this comes to tell us, not only us, line ministries, departments, finance officers, that we are seriously taking a look at what they are doing. So that if we would become current, then we definitely can call the person who dealt with it. Right now, I don't even know if I can call the persons who dealt with this, but right now, we would be in a better position. So, no, not at all. In fact, as I mentioned to you, when I look at the differences, the variances, I know what caused them. But for me to deal with it, I am talking about if I have 48,000 in 1 month, you multiply by 12, this is the time that I would have to apply for me to actually be able to go and correct them. So no, these are correct. We know it, and this is why I said that we presented a report, we submitted financial statements, because this is our finding. This is what was there in the system. And so we're very much aware, and we were very grateful that how these, we know that there are differences, because then we can run it as well. We have the bank accounts, and we get the reports from the central bank. So we know that there's a difference, but we also know as well that we can correct them, because we have identified, we totally agree, but we require time. That's the only thing, yes.
Honorable Limark Chang.
Good morning, Accountant General.
Good afternoon, Senator. Again.
Sorry. Yes. I think the same questions I asked the Auditor General earlier. Have you received resistance or non-cooperation from any departments where they are not cooperating with you in terms of giving you the actual information for you to finish your work? Earlier it was said that from the Auditor General that the ministries, especially Baha and Board of Management, were not cooperating, and that they're saying that she has no jurisdiction over them. Do you have that in your ministry, the department?
From what we have here for right now, what I can mention to you is that, for example, when we make such requests, for example, the losses, we had a huge challenge when it comes to losses, being able to report the losses. The losses we can only find out if the finance officers report it. They submit to the Accountant General a losses form to tell us what happened. If there's an accident, if there's a vehicle, something was lost. If there was probably at the cashier level, if they were short, if monies are missing. We can only respond to those if they report to us. And that is where we have had a challenge, because then even though we sent a circular for them to be able to send us what is it that you have, send us your reports that you have, we are having challenges. So we're working towards that as well, because what we're doing is that we're training our officers for them to be able to look at the process of the cashiering. So what we are going to do is that we are sending them to the ministries now for them to be able to retrieve the information. Ultimately, it's our responsibility for us to have a losses statement. And if we do not have it, again, it's very counterproductive for the Accountant General. But that will be the only part that their response sometimes delayed or sometimes none at all. Again, we have to know how to escalate this, because this has to go over to this CEOs. We have been getting a good cooperation from CEOs when necessary, because we have been able to manage. However, because I understand as well, this is 2016, 2017, so that they have to do the same thing that I am doing, go into their records and try to find what is it that I am requesting. But definitely, we have a template now We have the circular that is out already, so they know what is it that we're expecting. I'm hoping that this will be less, we will get more cooperation from them from going forward.
So in a nutshell, in the past, some ministries or some departments have not been in compliance,
No.
as though they're not trying to facilitate the information to you.
No, it has
Is
not
it
been.
possible to name some of those ministries? I mean, so we could start, hopefully that in the future we could get more cooperation and compliance to your department?
We do not have a list at the moment, because then we cannot say, well, you did not comply because probably there was no loss in that department. And that is the reason as to why I am saying is that what we will have to do is that we will have to coordinate with the ministries for us to know, okay, if we knew that there was a loss in this department and you did not submit your losses report, then we know that you have not been compliant. But overall, to say that such a ministry, we would have to find that probably nothing happened in that ministry. And that's why they did not report. But then they also have to submit that there was nothing wrong. So again, giving them an opportunity, I cannot tell you, well, such a ministry did that. But in the future, we will be able to say that.
What are the repercussions for non-compliance from ministry when they're outright just blatant don't want to cooperate? Is there any repercussions?
It should be, because then the officers are liable to be surcharged.
Has any of that ever been done?
No, because then we do not have the reports. If we have the reports, but I know that the Ministry of Finance does. We have seen several that, yes, they have been surcharged. There are a few that are, but then having the proper losses for following the proper process, then we can.
Is it fair to say, and this is probably just my conclusion, to say that some of the ministries or some of the employees, not the ministry itself, but some of the employees are just trying to frustrate the system, just to try and drag along and for non-compliance, so that you guys get frustrated in your department in terms of like not a full reporting, and then you also have to put up incomplete information or incomplete audits?
As the Treasury, we believe that if it had happened before, it had to have been that there was probably limitations in enforcement of the regulation. We want to make that change now. However, we need a little bit more. Our officers need to go out more. Oversight means that if we stay in our office, we will not find out everything. So we see that more and more we are working with the Ministry of Finance. What we see is that we have improved systems already. Improved systems that when there is expenditure to be done, there is accountability. So we can easily follow, we can trace. If funds are being used for the purchase, we have the chart of accounts that are being more enforced now. So in the past, the challenges will come up back again. But moving forward, you're going to see a lot of that improved, even with the postings now. If there's a line item for the specific procurement that you did, there's a procurement process, unit now. So that again comes to support what the Treasury does. So if we know that we have to get approval from the finance, we have to get approval to spend, then there's better accountability. The system is better now so that we can follow, as opposed to what we had when we had a lot of manual documentation in the past.
Okay, final question. Would you encourage all CEO to help apply pressure and to follow up with their respective ministries to make sure that all ministries are in compliance and they send in the proper documentation and report to your ministry and the Auditor General's ministry, so that a proper reporting can be done?
Yes, definitely. We have been able to, as a Treasury, we work with CEOs a lot of times, and we have get a lot of their cooperation. We do know that they're very cooperative with us. However, they can only act or take action if we provide information to them, if we make the reports to them. So the Treasury, in the systems that we are implementing or we would like to implement, especially this coming fiscal year, in every issue that we encounter, we have the channel of communication ultimately will be to the CEO. So these are things that, because we have seen what has been happening, then we have now amended our processes, and then we will reach to the CEOs. But we are very grateful to them because so far, for what we find, payments in the system that we have a query, we send it to them, we get a lot of cooperation from them. Definitely.
Thank you very much, and let's hope the CEOs continue to help you out and
Yeah.
make all our jobs easier. Thanks.
Madam AG, is there anyone else with questions for Madam AG? No? As a final sticking point, oh, sorry, Honorable Senator Herrera has a question.
Yes, I have one follow-up question, and that would be on asset management. I think it was flagged in the report that there's not a real a register of assets that are being compiled, and I think you had made the point to her that it's not something required under the reporting standards that you use. My question is there any register? I mean, how do we know what assets the government owns, and how do we know when those assets were acquired, when they're being disposed of, their book value and all of that type of thing? I mean, how is that tracked within the system?
Okay, in the past, there was not, we didn't have a fixed assets register. What is happening now with the smart stream system and now with the procurement unit, that is what is being, I do believe that they have a project currently that they're exploring, that where we will have to register all the purchases that is being done. So that automatically will populate the fixed assets register. It is an ongoing project that we have at Ministry of Finance.
Right. Wasn't there a specific position was created as well for someone to manage government assets? I think that's, I can't remember what the title is. But
The Assets and Utilities Unit, they manage the assets of the government of Belize.
I think there's a specific position of, that I'm trying to remember what it
The
was.
Assets Manager, Mr. Langsworth, yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Wouldn't that person then be responsible to have all of these assets categorized and documented?
They have started to do that. That much I can say, because then when we were doing the statement, we wanted to know a little bit more. We wanted to know what they have, but what they have is what they have currently now. I cannot say which year, but what they told us is that what they have is current information. They do not have for the past. So they do have information about the assets.
But when you say current, it's everything that government currently owns, or just things that were purchased over the past couple of years? I mean, I'm trying to understand. I
would
think
have
there's
to
a distinction.
Yeah, I will have to find out a little bit more details as to what are all the information that he captures in his for his unit.
It's important because from what I recall, that unit has been there for a number of years now, and so you'd think that, given that there's special focus on just a small area within the system, that perhaps, all that information would have been compiled, and that would have been an effective and accurate.
I agree, but yes, and then the fixed asset goes even far more, because then we're talking about buildings.
Yes.
We're talking about far more than that. So
But
I
that's
do believe
precisely,
that,
but that's
yes.
precisely why the unit would have been there, to
Correct.
bring special focus into that. Because I mean, we all know that fixed assets is a significant part
They're
of any system, and the per unit costs are generally large as well. And I found it a little perplexing, to be mild, that there would have been more focus in terms of accounting for those and making sure that those are accurate and well presented.
Correct. That is correct. And then even in the report it is stated, because then even though it was not required for FARA for the statements, I do believe that if we're moving to accrual, then it will become a requirement. So it is time for us to start to prepare, and then we are doing that. We will definitely have to have a management for that statement as well.
Well, I did notice the discussion, or the statements made with accrual versus the cash basis. But irrespective of what system you're using, and I think that, you know, it's just good accounting practice to have
Correct.
a fixed asset register.
Correct, because then that automatically shows you the balance in the cash.
How else
That-
would
that
you know
you-
what you own? I mean,
Yeah, we're working towards that. That much I can say. In the past, we know that we have to learn from those challenges that there were, and then for what is coming up, then that is something that, and I see the improvement, because then even in the management of assets, we have more accountability than what we had before. But again, it's just a matter for us to come up with the requirements so that we can be able to present in the statement as well.
no, certainly. I think the point I wanted to make is that in the private sector, you'd have a traditional balance sheet, and that would show all you own and what you owe and that type of thing. It's important, given that I'm sure government owns millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in fixed assets, that those would, you know, be given some type of importance in terms of the accounting for them.
Very good point, Senator, and definitely we take it seriously as well, as we move
Thanks.
along.
Are there any other questions for Madam Accountant General? Madam Accountant General, it's apparent from this meeting that you play an integral role with your team in solving the bottleneck that's been creating in the Auditor's General report. And I acknowledge that from reports from the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, that the Accountant General's office has consistently identified the core issues, which is delayed and incomplete financial statements, poor documentation, high staff turnover, underutilization of SmartStream, limited enforcement authority, and the need for modest but strategic investment in staffing and systems. We also acknowledge that there's the need for legislative reform, for improved oversight, and for targeted resource allocation. It is this committee's view that we hope that you're putting it in writing, that you're making every effort to light that fire under the staff, that they can go out and get the information required, because the audited reports will never be finalized. The sources of documents will never be verified if your department cannot hold everybody accountable. You're really the accounting officer for the entire government when it comes to holding them accountable for the line items and everything thereafter. On that note, I would like to thank you, Madam Accountant General, for your informative presentation, and of course for your frank responses to the questions from the members of this committee. We reserve the right, in the event that we have further questions that would come up in our meetings, that we will definitely seek you out to have them answered. Thank you.
Thank you all as well. Thank you.
The committee will now suspend the public hearing and will reconvene at 1:40 to hear from our next witnesses. The public hearing is now suspended. Public Accounts Committee is now resumed. We will now proceed with the next witness scheduled for this afternoon. Madam Clerk, can you kindly invite Brigadier General Anthony Velasquez? Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Brigadier, and thank you for appearing before this committee today. The committee will be seeking clarification on matters referenced in the Auditor's General Report that relate to the Belize Defense Force. If you wish, at this time, you may make any brief opening remarks before members begin their questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. And I will answer your questions to the best of my knowledge over the circumstances of what happened during 2017 timeframe. Thank you.
Brigadier General, if you could start by just introducing yourself to the committee, saying how long you've held this position, how long you have been in the BDF, and anything important that you will think will bring some added value to this conversation today. Thank you.
Okay, and good afternoon once again, gentlemen and ladies. I am Brigadier General Anthony Velasquez. I have been appointed as Brigadier General since the end of January 2026. I've been in the BDF for over 31 years, and I hope to leave here with everyone having a good understanding of the measures that we have taken since the time frame 2015 to 2017, and since then all the measures that we have taken have created a bubble of accountability. There has been no major significant breach of propriety in terms of the Belize Defense Force non-public funds since that time.
Members of the committee, Honorable Karim Musa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Brigadier, and welcome to the JPAC committee. As you know, you've been asked to attend this afternoon basically to get, and I like how you started out, because that is perhaps the most important end result that we need to hear, that in fact measures have been put in place, checks and balances since 2016 to ensure that instances like this do not occur again. As you know, back in 2016, 2017, there was a program whereby foreign forces, in particular the United States, Singapore, and Germany, were visiting Belize in what the Auditor General referred to as military tourism. It's the first time I'm hearing a term like that. I think even my friend, a former military, is the first time he's hearing that.
Not the first time, but over more than 20 years. More than 20 years that I was in the BDF, we really never
coined that term per se. Yeah, but it's, in essence, it is the training of these foreign forces in Belize. But what was flagged in 2016, 2017 was the payment of funds into private accounts, but yet government was financing the training of these foreign, these countries that were doing their military training here. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the Auditor General's report as yet?
Yes, sir, I have.
You
I've
have?
read it. Yeah.
Okay, and I want to draw your attention to paragraph 18 on page 235. And there it states, on the 28th of June 2016, we interviewed the commander. Could you tell us who the commander was at that time?
The commander was Brigadier General David Jones.
David Jones. During this interview, he informed that he had made the decision to get funds, and this is a quotation, to get funds from the USA, Singapore, and Germans to come do trainings here, end quote. During our scope, and this is the Auditor General's report, January 2015 to May 2016, we only saw an agreement from the United States. We also saw agreements from the USA Army deposited into the bank account, no agreements or funds deposited into the account from Singapore, and Germans were seen or provided, even though we found evidence that expenditure was made for the Germans. Do you know whether or not the Germans had paid any funds to the government of Belize or to a private account for their training here in Belize?
No, sir, I don't know that. I would have assumed that they would have. They were here training, but I do not know definitely that they paid any money into any account here.
Okay. Going on, it states at paragraph 19, the commander stated that he did not obtain authority from the financial secretary to go into agreement with these foreign army forces. On January 17, 2017, the commander was informed by us about expenses being incurred for the Germans in the year 2015, and still no repayments were seen in the bank account. To this, the commander responded that funds from the Germans were deposited after May 2016. We then requested copies of bank statements to confirm these deposits. On the same date, we asked the present force accountant, a captain, for a copy of the bank statements that reflected the payments of the Germans. We then received a bank account statement for period July 1st, 2016 to December 30th, 2016. There we noted a deposit made on July 1st, 2016 for amount of $152,442.10. We then asked for the corresponding slip. However, the captain stated he was not aware of any deposit slip and that he can only provide us with an invoice given to the Germans, signed by the captain in charge. Due to the absence of a deposit slip, we requested the assistance of the entity that manages financial data to provide us with details of who made this deposit. At the time of writing this report, we had not yet received that report. So it is clear that after the fact, in 2016, a deposit had gone in. Do you know whether this deposit was paid into the government coffers or into a private account?
To the best of my knowledge, this deposit was paid into the BDF fund account.
Not from the Germans directly, but from a local Belize account?
I am unsure from where the funds were sourced, but definitely it was paid into the BDF account. For it to have been directly from Germany, it would have had to be a wire transfer. So more than likely, that's not the case. All evidence point that it was paid through a local account, but I'm not 100% certain of that.
It is clear from the Auditor General's report that this was a highly irregular, and we heard from the Auditor General this morning, a highly irregular procedure of collecting by a private company in Belize and then paying over to the government. And the Auditor General even mentioned that she's not certain if those funds were ever reimbursed to the government or where those funds went, if it even went back to the private company. And you could see why that would create a lot of irregularity and confusion within our government smart stream or government payment systems. And you mentioned that there have been measures put in place, and I would want for you to expound on that, because this obviously is long before your time.
Yes, sir.
So that we do not have an instance like this taking place again. Could you expound on what measures have been put in place?
Roger, sir. For one, there was, due to this incident, immediately after this incident, the Ministry of National Security produced standing orders which streamlined the non-public funds of the BDF and the BCG in line with the government accounting regulations. Also, there was an Inspector General, the post of an Inspector General, which was made specifically for accountability, and that post was to the Ministry of National Security or the Ministry of Defense. And also, any foreign training that occurs, specifically for Germans, there was an account opened specifically at the Ministry of National Security or Defense, where any training would have to, or any transactions would have to go through the ministry itself, not through the BDF. In terms of the Belize Defense Force, back then, it appears back then that we only had like one, maybe two accounts for the non-public accounts. The Belize Defense Force has since then, we separated our accounts. So we have several accounts, and I can list them where monies are deposited for a specific purpose, right? So let me just quickly list the accounts that we have. I have it in memory, but just so that I don't make any mistakes, I will quickly list that. So we have the BDF fund account, and we have the BDF welfare fund. We have the Val Garden daycare fund. We have the benevolent fund. We have the non-commissioned officers club accounts. We have the officers mess accounts. And we have the warrant officers and senior NCOs mess accounts. All these accounts are controlled or are managed by the senior funds manager as the deputy commander. He's overall responsible for these funds, and then he works through what we call the G4, or the finance and logistics officer, who is actually who actually manages the funds on a day-to-day basis. And there are specific rules and regulations on how this fund is operated, based on that standing orders that I mentioned that was created in 2017. So there's lots of checks and balances.
So could you say, just for clarity, if it is that a German group would like to come to do training in Belize, which one of those funds would they deposit into, and then who manages that particular fund? Okay.
So if a German army or German unit from the German army would want to come to train, they would, first of all, but let me just expand this a little bit. They would first of all need to go through the diplomatic route. I mean, they would have to contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Ministry of Defense. From there, MOUs would be signed, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be in the loop. Thereafter, should everything get finalized and they actually decide to come to Belize to train, then there is an account in the ministry called the well, there's an account at the ministry, specifically the Belize Jungle Warfare School account. And that's specifically controlled by the Ministry of Defense, and that's specifically for any foreign armies training in Belize.
And that account now, since 2017 or since its creation, comes under rigorous scrutiny from your finance officers and
from the Inspector General. However, Since that time, the account hasn't, to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't been used because there have been no foreign agreements since then. Well, technically speaking, there have been no foreign agreements directly with Belize or the Belize Defense Force since then.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Oscar Mira, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, General, for being here. First of all, I would have wanted, Chair, to have the General who was in charge at that time, because he can answer all the questions. Also, the CEO, who was at the Ministry of National Security at the time, because they have all the questions, have all the answers to these questions that we have right now. I don't want to put you in a situation where you have to be guessing, General, but just so that we know, in 2016, 2017, your appointment in the BDF was where? Where were you working at the time?
Between 2016 and 2017, I was a military attaché in Guatemala, sir.
So you're not here in the country?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay. So, the questions that we ask and the answers would be things that you would have to be researching and second-hand answers. And I think I think that we should, as a committee, do invite the previous general to give us answers, because there should be accountability of what happened. There should be accountability of those monies that we have found out now, deposited in private accounts and being used as a private business. I know for a fact that the officer that was involved, was recommended for discharge. He appealed his case, and the appeal, he was given, he won the appeal, and he has remained in the BDF, I think, up to now.
Yes, sir.
With nothing having done, and that for me means that the process has to be streamlined, that it doesn't happen again. With these, with the Germans, the US, and I think the Netherlands as well, the status of forces agreement, General, do we have any signed so far with these countries, which allows them to come into Belize and do training?
Yes, sir, we do. The last one we had was with the Netherlands. That occurred last year. But the training agreement was more between the Netherlands and the British Army. And the British has their own treaty with Belize, right? But the Netherlands trained with the British Army, and the Netherlands Armed Forces trained with the British Army. And why we had a specific MOU agreement signed with them was that we provided troops as supporting troops for the air exercise.
And with these come a cost?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There was a cost.
And these costs are paid directly to the account that is at the ministry, or do they come through the agreement that you have with BATSUB and the BDF?
They come through the agreement that we had with BATSUB and the BDF. So these specific costs will not be paid to the account in the ministry. They will be paid to the Belize Defense Force account.
And you have measures in place to make sure that these are accounted for and that they can be scrutinized by the Auditor General?
Yes, sir, there are. I
Just-
can expand on some of the measures that we have, but if you wish.
I know about the SOFA that was signed with the Netherlands. I believe I was the one who signed that one. And the same way we have, you see, what happened with this incident, members, is that it created a certain kind of, I guess, lack of trust in the process. And instead of these forces coming to do training specifically with the BDF, they found it necessary now to do training along with the British forces, which, You know, we only provide now the necessary logistic support and troops. So I think that it is very important that we call the previous general and call probably the previous CEO who has intimate knowledge of what happened during that time, so that we can get the answers from those that were responsible. Because yes, indeed, measures have been put in place, and I believe this will not happen again, but it did happen, and I think that we need to ensure that what the Auditor General said this morning, that some monies were returned, but she don't know if that gone back. You know, I think those are some of the questions that that the committee has, that ensuring that everything that was paid to that private account goes back to the BDF and that it wasn't reversed again. And not only that, but that the proper procedures that was placed in the Sanigadas by the ministry are being followed, and that this incident does not happen again. I said I know you were not even in Belize at the time when it happened. You were in Guatemala as the attaché, but you are the commander now in the BDF, and it's your responsibility to ensure that something like this not happen again. Thanks.
Sir.
Honorable Senator Herrera.
General, good afternoon, and thank
sir.
you for coming. I will go into, you know, the preliminaries and many of the information that was were put to you before, but I know that armies are generally very structured and things, you know, go a certain way. Would there have been an internal investigation into this matter?
Yes, sir, there was an internal investigation into this matter, actually. So the individual who was deemed to be responsible for this breach of trust and accountability was placed on charge internally. He was demoted. He was recommended for demotion, and he was actually discharged as well. However, all of that was overturned by the courts, the civil courts, and through SSC he came back into the Belize Defense Force. There was also a FIU and a police investigation on this individual, and at the end of the day, they turned up nothing. No charges were placed, and the individual was I wouldn't say exonerated, but then there was no charges brought against him. So he's still a member of the Belize Defense Force, and he should be retiring this year. So yes, investigations were carried out. However, nothing of substance came of it.
That investigation would have resulted in a formal report?
Yes, sir. There are many formal reports and records of everything that happened from the day that he was placed on charge up to today. We have all the records of everything that we did.
So then, since those reports, a formal report was done, it's not necessarily that important that whoever was there, because you would be privy to this information through that report.
I would have been privy to the information through the report. However, documentation and first-hand knowledge are two different things, right? But yes, I am privy to the documented information.
In the report, did it state that the funds were returned?
It stated that funds were deposited into the account.
Into which account?
Into the BDF account. Whether those
And the BDF account that is not a private account, that is the BDF as a...
Yes, sir. Non-public fund account.
Okay.
Yes. So certain 150,000 or something to that effect were deposited into the account. Where that money was deposited from, I have no knowledge. I was told it was from a private business in Belize, but I don't know that. And why it was...
Did the report state that? Did the report state where the funds were deposited from?
Yes, one of the reports did, one of the investigative reports did. That is some private, I can't remember the name, but a private business, a private entity in Belize. And why it was deposited, I don't know either. It didn't state that. So monies were deposited. Why? Unknown.
Generally, for funds that are deposited and in that size of deposit would require certain disclosures by the regulatory authorities. Were they involved in that?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I can only speak for the Belize Defense Force. So there was an FIU investigation, and they determined that nothing inappropriate happened. So then with all due respect, sir, I think that question is more based for them.
Fair. Yeah. Did the report state how long after the activity the deposit was made?
Yes, about a year or two.
After?
Yes. I can find a specific reference, but let me see. So yeah, so it was deposited June 2017, thereabouts. Okay, no. July 1st, 2016, right? Yeah, so it happened about a year or so later.
Now, let me go to the accounting of these funds. When funds come in, there are two sides to it,
Yeah.
you know. So, if it comes in, it then becomes, I believe, an asset to the force.
Yes, sir.
What would have been the other side of that accounting? I know that you may not have accounting background, but you'd have to put something there. I mean, you can't just drop it in your account and that's the end of it. I mean, it doesn't work like that.
Yes.
Do you know how it was treated?
No, I don't. I'm not aware of how accounting was done in the BDF at that time. Like what you said, my specialty or my training didn't deal with that. However, I am aware of how it's done now and what happened after that incident.
Did the report state how it was treated?
The deposit?
Yes.
Yes. The report mentioned that the Auditor General report mentioned that the funds manager, who's the captain at the time, was questioned about it, and he did not give him satisfactory answers. So, to the best of my knowledge, it wasn't treated very with any gravity. It was just treated as a matter of fact. Even the commander, Belize Defense Force, when asked certain questions related to that account and the funds, just acted or responded in a cavalier manner in my opinion.
Would that captain have been the same person who was taken through the legal process, or that would have been a different individual?
Different individual.
So you're suggesting that there may have been more than one individuals involved in?
Yes, certainly the evidence or whatever was presented points to that, but not necessarily that captain, but there had to be more than one individual involved in this. However, only one individual was, by fact, one individual was charged, and he went through the process, and at the end of the day, nothing came out of it.
I know that the Army also has its internal disciplinary processes.
Yes, sir.
Was any of that initiated for any of the other individuals?
No, just for that one individual. That one individual was, determined to be. All evidence pointed to him, so he went through all the disciplinary process that the Belize Defense Force could do. No one else was pointed out or or charged, and you know,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Honorable Janelle Chanona.
Afternoon, Brigadier General. Thank you for joining us. I just had a quick follow-up question. So sorry if I missed it before, but the reimbursed amount was dollar for dollar the same amount?
Mm, 150,000 cents. One second, ma'am.
Sure, sure. Take your time.
Okay. I can't say for sure that that's the same amount because really no one knows how much the Germans were charged. Right?
I see.
Yeah.
So was there any follow-up with a representative from the Germans for them? I mean, not for nothing, but we know the Germans are very particular
Yeah.
and are used as a reference point for structure.
Yes.
No one followed up with them to find out.
Yes, we did. The Belize Defense Force followed up with them. However, they remained tight-lipped, and basically, whatever happened with one particular leadership in the BDF and their leadership happened there, and that was their issue, you know. So
I see.
yeah.
Yes. No, and I will disclose why I was asking specifically in terms of the dollar amount, but your answer is far more revelatory. Yeah. But I was also curious in terms of if taxes had been paid, then certainly you would not reimburse the amount in full if you had declared taxes on it. Alternatively, if you had calculated interest or received interest, then that would have been accrued as well over the period of time not there.
Yeah.
And if that information isn't available readily, can you commit to sharing in terms of what was on the file in terms of, I don't want to say it was a guesstimate, but because there wasn't a trace back, I'm just trying to rationale or deduce why there was quote unquote nothing found in the financial investigation, because if there wasn't a source document, then there's nothing to compare against, correct?
Exactly. So the best guess that I can, that I have read was anywhere 1 second.
Sure.
The best guess, and it's a guess, but based on what I've read, it's anywhere north of 7 million. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
I want to get into earlier, you were talking about measures that are now in place. Earlier today, we've heard reference to military tourism, and from that figure, I'm thinking it's a lucrative option for the BDF to consider in terms of offsetting support to the force, right? Is that the case? Is that an option in terms of engaging or?
Yes, it's still an option. It's still on the table. The Germans reached out to us in 2022 to come back for training. However, it was the start of COVID, so that fell through the floor. However, that option is still there. There's, like I mentioned, there's rigorous checks and balances and more control by the Ministry of Defense. But that option is still available should any foreign army decides to, or wishes to come to train to Belize. However, like I mentioned, they have to go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it's a whole different process. It's not direct Commander Belize Defense Force decision anymore.
Thank you. Yes. Would that be the extent to which you would wish to share to the committee the measures that are in place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
Honorable Lee Mark Chang.
Good afternoon, General.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick couple of questions. When you started, you said that you're there and for 31 years at BDF, and you consider that there were improprieties done during the 2016, 2017 of this case right here.
Yes, sir.
So my question is, because we don't have any other audits leading up to it, is there any other improprieties that you know of that we do not know of yet?
No, sir. No.
I mean, I just try to foresee the future one time.
No. We every year we audit these accounts that I mentioned before. Every year we do a stringent audit on those accounts, and there's no indication of any major breach of accountability.
So that means in the next 3 months, when we receive the next audit, 2017, 2018, so BDF will not be another hot topic in there again.
I cannot guarantee that, but I can speak for the past few years when I was deputy commander, when I was the funds manager, since 2022, 23 to now. Yeah, but I cannot speak for anything before that. But I would believe so.
Oh, use that one? Oh. Oh. Oh, put it closer. Oh, okay. I read in a report that while there was this investigation, that the officer was not stated that the officer was not available for questioning, and for over a year. I mean, when you're on study leave, I mean, I guess at that time we have WhatsApp or where they are. How is it that officer cannot be reached for over a year?
Sir, that question has to be answered by the person who it was asked to. If you ask me that question today about someone else, then I will give you a completely different answer. But there's no reason, to the best of my knowledge, why we can't, or why a commander cannot reach an officer who is overseas.
Thank you, General.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Senator Chanona, go ahead, please.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up question. Do officers like yourself get pension? You all are
Yes, ma'am.
eligible for that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of this, then that would apply because there was no discharge, no nothing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, thank you for your service. We appreciate it more
you.
than we can convey, but thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the Brigadier General? Brigadier General, when we decided to invite you to today's hearing, we knew that you couldn't give any credibility to the past incident, and thank you for assuring us that from now on, there are policies, there's a framework to solve this situation at the start. I would like to ask you to go into your legal team, the legal team that was set up back then in 2017 to deal with this matter internally. Have you guys been able to tweak it to get it better, that it will be more efficient this time around?
Yes, back then we didn't have the capability or the capacity to deal with these matters as such. The Belize Defense Force is a very young force from 1978. So we were transforming, right? We now have a full legal cell. Again, one of the fallout of this incident as well. We have a legal cell, legal department, where a lawyer is in charge. And right now we have 2 students studying law. They're in their 2nd or 3rd year right now. And also we have law students actively seeking to join the Belize Defense Force as well, as we speak. And we have many people who are paralegal trained. So we have a good legal department as such at the moment.
Thank you. As it comes to like the check and balance within the accounting system, because to have us use the government resource to fund the international military camp, and then on the other hand, having someone paying it privately to a private business.
Yeah.
What check and balance you guys have now to know within your accounting system that if we're spending X on an international military for their training, that really we're receiving Y?
Okay. So let me get to that. So first thing, like I mentioned before, and I'll repeat it again, but it's very important that these foreign militaries have to go through their Ministry of Foreign Affairs to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and then Ministry of Defense takes it up to, as far as necessary, maybe up to Cabinet for permission, I don't know. Thereafter, there is agreement signed, and then the foreign military comes to Belize, they do their reconnaissance to check the areas and see if it's suitable. They go back, and if it's suitable, then the actual training will start. The funds that they will pay the government or pay the Ministry of Defense will be deposited into account created by the Ministry of Defense. And the Ministry of Defense will be in charge of all the financial matters. So the foreign military will tell us this is what we need for our training based on the reconnaissance that they did and our liaison officer with them. This is what we need for this training. We give them a cost estimate. We assist them with developing a cost estimate, and then they go back and they send that money into our account. And then the Ministry of Defense will release the money to members of the Belize Defense Force to do the transactions and purchase these monies. So let me just go through some of the steps that happens, right? So there are some instances where the BDF provides special services or assistance to other military personnel or militaries training in Belize. And the payment is done sometimes into the fund, the BDF fund, right? So the G4 or the funds manager, they will, okay, so first of all, there has to be a letter to the Commander Belize Defense Force that authorizes this, okay? Once the approval has been given, so there has to be a written trail where this this request for training and everything comes through. It goes to the ministry, they approve it, and it comes to the CBDF, he approves it, and it gets sent up to the ministry, right? Now a letter is created which is sent to the funds committee. There's a funds committee consisting of DCBDF, the Chief of Staff, the FSM, Services Battalion Commander. And this letter gives the reason why this fund needs to be dispersed. Each member of the committee, at least 3 members of the committee, has to sign on the document, okay? And then the fund is taken out by a check, all right? And at least 2 members of the committee has to sign the check as well. So once the approval letter is fully completed, the check is produced under the name of the beneficiary and issued to the beneficiary. A copy of the check, a check voucher slip, and a copy of the receiver Social Security is obtained for filing. Okay?
Thank you. Brigadier General Senator Chanona also alluded to military tourism,
Yes.
and you went further to indicate to us that we have lost many of these trainings internationally from the different. My question is there any strategy in place to try to attract these countries to bring their military to train in Belize at this time?
Yes, partner nation engagement. Just recently, I was abroad and I spoke to the Canadian military attaché, and they're interested in bringing troops here to Belize. So I just offered them the invitation if they're interested, and then I explained the process and everything. But I don't know if it will happen, but yes, the invitation is always there. Again, it has to go through a process and it has to be authorized by the government of Belize.
On behalf of this committee, we congratulate you on your new posting. I think you're not yet 2 months into the job.
Yeah.
We wish you the best, and we wish better policies for the Belize Defense Force.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this committee will now proceed with our final witness today, the Financial Secretary, Mr. Joseph Wade. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sirs, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, FinSec, and thank you for appearing before this committee. The committee will be seeking clarification on matters arising from the Auditor General's report that relate to financial management practices and administrative oversight within the Ministry of Finance. If you wish to provide any brief opening remarks before the members proceed with questions, you may do so now.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I don't think I have any preliminary remarks. I mean, I'm open to questions. You know, I think that may be a more efficient use of time. I mean, the day is getting long, you know. So please, I'm here to try to respond to the best of my ability.
If you may introduce yourself to this committee and to the viewers, could you tell them how long you have been within the Ministry of Finance, what role you play day to day within this ministry, so we could have a good grasp of how knowledgeable you are within the Ministry of Finance?
Well, I'll be giving away my age if I do that, but yes, I've been the Financial Secretary, going on about 20 years, a little short of 20 years. Another 20 years before that in the Ministry of Finance, plus another 5 years before that in the government service. So in aggregate, I think it's about 45 years. Continuous.
Thank you. Members, the floor is now open for questions. Honorable Senator Chanuna, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. FinSec, appreciate your time. I know it's valuable in more ways than one.
I'm here to serve. Please.
Mr. Witt, we have spoken before about these reports. Just to start in terms of your position, given the continued basis for disclaimer of opinion in the reports of the Auditor General and the impact that has on public financial management, please?
Indeed, it's unfortunate, and nobody wishes to be where we are. We're making Herculean efforts to try to bring it up to date because it gives a bad look, let us say, to have the account so far behind. We have received quite a bit of technical assistance from our development partners, most recently from CARTAC and the IMF, to try to bring the accounts up to date. But we have a data problem, and I think previous witnesses, including the Accountant General, went into detail. I saw, you know, that some of it in the media before coming over. But we're in a point here that, you know, we can spend our time, there's 24 hours in a day, we can spend our time trying to bring the archaeology up to date, as I call it, or maybe make a break, qualify the statements, that's my recommendation, and spend that time that we have working on the current years and moving forward. There has been a fair amount of effort and systems put in place, particularly trying to, the Accountant General mentioned a few, a cashiering system. I just signed the contract this morning, and that will help to bring the revenue postings up to date more quickly, because it all starts with the recording of the transaction as it happens, and then properly recording it so it goes into the proper accounts. We've spent a lot of time trying to expand and develop our chart of accounts. That is the 15-digit number, that each digit has a specific purpose, but it can indicate exactly where expenditure should reach. And then when we have that, we can do with a computerized system, we can select out how much money we have spent, say, on environment, how much money we have spent on gender, that type of thing. No? So we have been making some strides, but the thing is that at this point in time, as I say, we have 24 hours in a day. We have to learn from lessons of the past, but I would really want to recommend that we draw the line, finish out, qualify the statement. Everybody knows it's history anyway, and move on to try to address the current years and going forward. At the same time, put in place systems and oversight so that it's done properly. What we find is that the public service is 15, 16,000 people. I think there's a need for, especially at the financial systems level, not only for training, but refreshers and retraining. Because what happens is that in our system, everybody at that level is subject to rotation and transfer. And the question has always bedeviled is, where do you put your best people? Do you put your best people in the center? Or do you do like Caesar used to do and put his generals out in Gaul or out in, and try to fight the battle where the problems start. It's like if you're going to put up a dam to try to stop the flood, you put it at the Halova Ridge when it just reaches sea, or you carry it up to, take it further up to Chaleo or someplace up there, and you try to capture it there. So where do you apply your resources, your best resources? And we are handicapped in a sense. Everyone is subject to transfer. Sometimes we lose our best people, but we say, take comfort in saying, well, okay, we may be moving a trained person from the Treasury, but if it's going to a big spending ministry, maybe the benefit is there because they take that knowledge. Yeah? But I really think that we could, in our whole suite of things we can do, I think we need to refresh and sometimes retrain, because knowledge, if it's passed on without a manual, or then it gets lost after a while. So that's one of my big things. So have refresher courses. People may think they're doing things right, but there's always room for improvement. So that's what I'm.
For that, CEO, and dare I say that's refreshing to hear. I think you should consider this committee your allies in this, because we have also expressed on multiple occasions our frustrations with dealing with decade-old reports and efforts to do that. However, and I get into the structure because I hear you on the war metaphor. I know it is a battle day to day, but also then how can we support the necessary legislative changes that would have to follow through to those sorts of things, even in terms of if we attempt, as you say, to maybe put the best people in the biggest spending ministries to get the offset of their trained skills and capabilities at that front, and then revisit, and if that's not it, then we try something else. But I do think that it should be a structured way forward, and we've also heard that it has to be legislated changes, because some things are bound sometimes at the constitutional level. So are those already in process? Is that something that this committee can support in that way if it is already underway? And if it's not underway, when is the timing that we can expect those to begin?
The finance and audit legislation needs to be brought more modern. The Finance and Audit Act has served it needs adjusting, particularly when it comes, in my humble opinion, when it comes to what is all required to feed into the financial statements. There is a proposal to modify it a little bit to streamline a little bit more. But I hasten to say we're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because the fundamentals are there. When you look at the old legislation and all the rules, they weren't bad. Yes, you may need to lift some ceilings and so to bring them into the 21st, 22nd century. But the core is there. We have, with the assistance of CARTAC, CDB, IDB, maybe not in that order, 2 model legislations being drafted, prepared at the moment. One is for a new PF, public financial management legislation, which will it's going to be a major change. It has to work its way through. The drafting is just about finished, but it would then require a whole lot of consultation, and then we would ultimately take it through the cabinet, present it to the House and the committee, and we'd ask, But I think we need to spend time consulting, familiarizing, because it's going to be a big change, but it could also, it will result in a big improvement in the way we're doing business. So that's one piece of legislation that we're working on. It's almost done, but the drafting is the easy part. Okay. Senator, the other piece is a new act for procurement and asset disposal, and that will centralize things a lot more. But that's the drafting is, we have to do the regulations and then go through. Again, we will ask the committee for its support when the time comes. But even now, I mean, that is today, the committee is looking at the reports. It sends a signal back to the public service and managers, including myself, that your work is being monitored and is being watched. I mean, and sir, you're a businessman. Nothing works like the eye of the master, And I call you guys the master, Looking at what is happening. If you turn your back for too long, things kind of slow down a bit, Well, I don't know if anybody will shyster here, but if there's oversight and if you know you're being monitored and if there's being evaluated, the level of work improves, you know, because, you know, and also we need also to apply in cases where there's outright dereliction, if you want to call it. That's a strong word, but I mean, not doing the work. There's carrots for rewards, but we also need to have sticks as well to, after if somebody does something negligent, say, abandon something, I think there needs to be some way of bringing it up. You know, people make mistakes, you try to help correct, but if it's basically not doing the work and it's serial, you know, after warning and after assistance and after monetary, what you call mentoring and all of that, well then I think it's time you apply, you have to, in your bag you have to have two things, huh? The incentives as well as the disincentives for bad behavior, you know, for wrong behavior.
No, and I think, yes, it's fairly easy to align with that, because I join you in saying that the mixed message is also that while there's oversight and somebody will pick up on what you've submitted, that it's also, they won't get to me in 10 years. Maybe I'm not even alive in 10 years, or I'm no longer in the public service in 10 years, or, you know, people would have forgotten about me or think, you know, I don't have to worry about that because I'll be out of the frame. So I do join you in that. In the interim, thanks for sharing on the legislative work that's ongoing. In the interim, I'm curious in terms of how the reports from the JPAC are being handled or acted upon by the Ministry of Finance. I know at our last parliamentary session, we submitted a report, and maybe the chair has the date. Sorry, I lost track of it just now, but on the 2015-2016 report, we had some recommendations, and I asked particularly in the context that in looking at the 2016-2017 report, there's a lot of carryover in terms of systemic, and while we're working on it, I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, figure out if there's anything systemic that remains relevant or true that was called out by the Office of the Auditor General.
Well, you know, recommendations, when the draft goes from the Accountant General to the Auditor General, the audit staff, it comes back with recommendations. In the meantime, we're doing work on other subsequent years. I mean, that is, but the idea is to take on board those recommendations to try to reflect it in the years going beyond. And also, the report coming back from the JPAC, we sit with the Accountant General and to try to say, look, what can we do immediately? What is the low-hanging fruit? I don't like the term, but I have to use it now. And what will require more to try to ensure that if we learn a lesson, say, from this report, we can put it into another in subsequent reports. Huh? But at this point in time, what I would want to recommend is that we take it as, you know, try to do some more work, but take it as, largely accept what it is, qualify the statement, you know, and move, and then put your effort and time to fix what is more current. Because another thing we have here is that in our system, people rotate a lot. Finance officers are subject to transfer. Junior officers are even more subject to transfer. And oftentimes if you go to a new ministry, there's a sentiment that I'm responsible for what I do, but I'm not responsible for what may happen 3-4 years or 3 or 4 finance officers before. But you are. You know, it's like an incoming government is responsible for whatever the other government may have done as a state, huh? You know, so you have to pick up the good with the bad, you know. And again, this is where the retraining and the refreshers and basically at the sake of maybe patronizing or offending somebody, I would say, but look, you think you know your job, but remember this is also part of your job.
Yes,
you know?
yes. And thanks for calling that out, because it is disheartening to hear that the members of certain members of the public service that the Auditor General said they tried to reach just never responded to the office, never.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well,
you know, never, more than never responded, was never called to explain why you didn't comply. I think that we heard reference that even some were told they're not a government entity, so they put out the Auditor General's team. So I do think, whether a review of that, so that there's clarity, and if the Auditor General is wrong, then no problem. But at least it doesn't send this kind of signal that some people get to tell the Auditor General, and I deal with you, and others are...
The Auditor General's span covers not only the central government, but even the parastatals that are funded by the government. And that was clearly told to those who may have resisted. But in addition, but even within the central government, officers are responsible for what's on their desk and what they found on their desk. And I think we have to stress that, If for instance, the accounts aren't brought up to date and somebody retires, gets sick, moves somewhere else, the new person is responsible to finish that work. You can't say it's because it's from somewhere else, or happened before my time. That not play in accounting. Sorry if I'm speaking too much Creole in this.
We understand you. Just one more question, please, Vincek. Earlier we heard in terms of, I don't want to say accounting, but maybe it is accounting, of tracking the debt management of the Accountant General's access to it. And I know the Ministry of Finance is leading on that, but just curious if there was a specific attempt as to why her access may not be in full at this time?
Okay. The thing is this, that debt management covers a range of activities. The Minister of Finance, he is authorized, after coming to Parliament, to contract debt, to negotiate debt. Most of the time, these loan motions, IDB, CDB, wherever. So the point of contact for the legislation is the Minister of Finance. Okay, but let us say a loan has been signed, a project has started. So then is a management of the flows of that money coming in, and then subsequently when the loan is fully disbursed, then the servicing of the loan, interest and principal till it's repaid. The Ministry for years, Ministry of Finance for years, has been paying with the payment of the servicing of the debt. Notices come, payment due, X amount of dollars to pay to this bank, we process it, and in the processing is the request for payment goes to the Treasury, there's an account at the bottom to say which head and subhead to charge it to, or which account code. That then, if it's a foreign payment, the next step is to go to the central bank, purchase the foreign exchange, and it's paid on the due date. And we've been pretty good about paying. I mean, that is, and I have to congratulate the government as a whole, and so we don't slip, because we can't afford to slip. Now, that is so the Ministry of Finance looks at, and for years has been doing the payment side of things. But more recently, on the disbursement side, sometimes the disbursement information goes to the executing ministry, MIDH, if it's or Ministry of Health, Education. And then the notices of disbursement sometimes come in late. Sometimes what we did here was we said, okay, let us try to centralize it, pull it in, because we have to account for that side of it as well. And what we are doing, we're trying to bring that up to date, in hand with the Treasury, and then pass it over to the Treasury. But so they can take the ball and run with it going forward. But it's a bit of a complex, because the disbursement information isn't as timely as we do. The payments are made. Imagine, for instance, a certificate, a road project. That may be an easy one. And the contractor, it needs to be paid an amount. It's all certified, it's sent to the agency, CDB, IDB, whoever is funding. They make the payment to the contractor, and then at the same time they send a statement saying your loan has been disbursed by so much. But we don't get it right away. So what we try to do is put a system in so we get it simultaneously, record the disbursements at the same time, bring it up to date, and then hand it over to the Treasury and let them run with it from there. No? So that's what we're doing.
So they will have access in full, it's just a matter of finding out
and
how to facilitate that.
We talk to them on a daily basis. I mean, I shouldn't even say us and them, we're a unit together. We're a unit together. Okay. I mean, if we don't call the Treasury, coming toward payday, sometimes we call them by the hour, no? To ensure that
the tracking
So
happens.
including allowances and so to the members of the Son of the House, no?
Uh-huh. Thank you very much, Vinsec.
Honorable
yield, Chair.
Mark has the floor.
Good afternoon, FinSec. I'm going to tap on your expertise because you have been here, you weathered the storm for so many decades.
Not well, but I have weathered. Anyway.
You said just now that, and I agree with it also, that we are auditing and looking over files from 2016, 2017 right now. That's what, 8, 9 years ago, audits. Based on your experience, how can, I mean, we already know that we can speed it up if we do it by every 4 months, we do a year, and we try to get up to speed. But we were told by a more senior member that we cannot just jump or get up to current date, at least say, let's say in the 2020s. So based on your experience, how can we do that in order to bypass some of these years that are ancient?
The thing is, we have to walk a delicate line here. We don't want to abandon and dismiss, because in any financial statements, you close off 1 year, the ending balances then they become the starting balances of the following year, no? And then you move on. So even if there's a break, we want to minimize that disjoint, because it has value. I mean, but the closer we get to current, the easier it should be, because I'm reasonably assured that the Treasury has improved their daily operations, and especially when it comes to balancing at the end of the day, because in any system, and the smart stream system has some powerful tools in it. In any system, that you should really do a trial balance at the end of the day, sweeping all your accounts and so on, and and that would be starting for the next day. And then you quarterly look at it, and at the end of the year, if you had it really well, it should be finished in 3 months after the close of the financial year. Financial year closes at the end of March. We should have it up at least a reasonably good facsimile of the account by end of June. Huh? But and I know that the Treasury has had a lot of support from international institutions. I heard the Accountant General this morning, she loses some of her good people. We have that situation where people retire far too early. We've had to hire them back. To try. We've hired some retired finance officers to go through ministries, find out where errors are, and try to bring them up to date. I mean, so it's a full court press trying to use as many people as possible. But what we want to do is move ahead with these, but at the same time, just don't. Not discard it altogether, because there's value in here. Huh?
Thank you, FinSec. Also, this morning when we spoke with the Auditor General and the Accountant General, of course, she made mention of 2 ministries who weren't being compliant, and also she made mention of certain information withheld or outright just disregarded from certain ministries to give her to do her work. Do we have any penalties today, or how we can make sure that these ministers comply with their requests so that their work can be much more easier?
Okay. The Auditor General, I think, if fine for whatever reason not getting the full cooperation from staff, she has the authority to write the accounting officer, in this case the chief executive, and if there's no response, you can go a step further and ask for a meeting with the financial secretary, the minister of finance, the minister of finance, to take it at a higher level. Huh? But a member of staff cannot simply be uncooperative and leave it at that. Their level is go ahead. No?
FinSec, to add to that, this committee is critical of what the Auditor General said this morning, that in attempting to do her audit in Baja and in border management, that she was not allowed to go in there, given that it's I guess, semi-government now. We would like to hear the FinSec's position on that, if that is now autonomous of government and...
No, sir. The auditor has wide scope, wide coverage, not only the central government, but including parastatals that receive money from the government, and those two we mentioned. And in fact, when that issue came up, we sought a legal advice, and it was very clear that they do fall within the scope, and they are subject, especially if it's simple things like a counting the cash ban. Yes, I think Baha and Board of Management do their own audited financial statements. That's fine. I mean, that is as they should. But that does not exempt or remove them from. So, and they were told.
Yes, that was very concerning when she said that this morning, and hopefully that all the other ministries can be more compliant so that we could get our work done. We could do our job much faster, and we can get up to the goal is for us to get up to speed as soon as possible. Hopefully we could do at least 3 years this year, and then next year we have a fresh year.
I share. Nobody wants it more than the Ministry of Finance to be able to bring them up and to tell our taxpayers, tell the people invested in us that, look, we have current, comprehensive and reliable information. Yeah.
Thank you, FinTech.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for the acknowledgement. FinTech, just because we are in the budget cycle, we just heard the budget presented, there may be some questions from the public in terms of hearing us talk about disclaimers and systems and all of this, in terms of the integrity of the numbers that will be debated on the 24th, the week of that 24th by House and Senate. Could you speak to the position in terms of those numbers?
If they're accurate and...
however you would frame it.
Well, that's a wide question.
Yes.
I mean, there are three key lines in the budget as far as I'm concerned. One is what was budgeted, what was added in midstream, what the expected outturn, why the variances, if any, and then how realistic the projections are for the year in question. And it's a bit of an art and a science. It's easier in a sense to project what the expenditure will be. We know what the wage bill is like. We know what the we can a little formula we can put in for each ministry. The debt service is fairly accurate because we have projections and we have a system with the central bank that is more than fairly accurate. It's on the nose. The harder thing is to project the revenue, because there you have you can do something with using a growth factor, what the GDP is likely to be, but there are certain things that it's harder to estimate, But it's you're asking me to judge my work, and I think it's fairly good. But not only me. I mean, it's a whole system, no? Yeah.
Yes. No, I will join in calling you expert. So your opinion is humble, but your capacity is certainly expert. And I ask because consistently, again, in terms of the 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016, and 2016, 2017, the issue of wastage, of leakage, of gaps in terms of the revenue stands as one of those perennial issues. And I hear you saying, again, just from that sharing, that this is where the issue is in terms of the revenue. Most recently, we heard about the bites getting bigger and less coming to the government. So I'm just, again, in terms of the committee's work in supporting you in promoting or advancing legislation that would help to close that and make sure that the revenues are what we need them to be. We know lots of things are on deck. We keep hearing about pension and we know the pot is getting tapped more and more. So how do we make sure that we're managing funds and getting to the point where it's value for audit, value for money audits, and making sure that we're collecting the revenues
You're absolutely right. We're putting to, again, with the aid of the World Bank, we're doing something called a fiscal strategy plan. It's a forecast. It's coming to, it's going to be laid on the table next week, I think, by 23rd. Okay, and that idea is you do a forecast for 3 years of where you think things will be, but then you have to report as to why you never make the forecast and what are the risks, and all of that. So it's a little more oversight and more financial reporting as to, so you keep your eye on the ball a little bit more. But look, in any system, there'll always be leakages. The idea is to try to tighten them and make sure that they're as possible, as minimize them. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I only bring that up because in earlier testimony, I think the former Auditor General may have even said something to the tune of $1 million a day. So we know it's sizable, or was sizable at that time. I'm glad to see you wide-eyed at that, because I would hope that is still not the case in terms of even estimates in terms of what we're talking about.
I don't know where that number came from, but okay.
Thank you, Vincent.
Senator Kevin Herrera, you have the floor.
Hi, Financial Secretary. Good to have you here this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Just a few questions. I think much of the issues that emanated from the report has been asked or put to you in some form or the other. I wanted to just touch on cash. I noticed in the audit report, there are many issues or concerns raised about cash reconciliations and that type of thing. I am sure that this has to worry you, given that, in any organization, the management and the safeguarding of cash is an important function. And so for recons not to be reconciling, has to be a major concern.
We're trying to move away from physical cash as much as possible. With customs, for instance, I would want to say 99.9% of their transaction is wire or bank transfers and so. The problem is that it's in the description of what the payments are for. We're putting a new cashiering system, which there will then be, just like you have in any other, you have to cite the invoice number so you can tie it back. So each payment will have a unique, not only a receipt number, but also what is this payment for. So you raise an invoice, put a number in there. When the member of the public, whatever they're paying, links it, cross-references, so, because the idea is to try to ensure that when it comes to reconciliation, it'll be a lot easier because you can identify, let us say, in any one day you get 400 or 500 deposits. Each has a unique number, and you can trace it back to what it's for and who's paying and all of that. That's why, for instance, the tax TIN numbers and cross-referencing, that all will help. The idea is to minimize cash. Now, because you're right, if it's not clear and accurate, it becomes opaque, for instance, then things can happen. So the idea is to try to minimize. We try to minimize actual physical cash, but not only that, if you're even paying by electronically, bank transfers, to try to identify what those payments are for, and it will help in bringing in reconciliation and bringing at the end of the day, you do your trial balance at the end of every day.
Certainly, and I agree. I mean, the world is moving away from cash completely, and I think Belize is going pretty fast in that direction.
In fact, we're even trying to put in, sorry, I don't mean to cut across, but even trying to arrange so people can pay by their wallets, or what do you call it?
Digital wallets?
Something like that, to avoid, having to deal with. Nobody wants to carry cash anymore. I mean, it's. Yeah.
Now we're around the budget time now, Financial Secretary, and
Yes,
I have meant to ask you this question for a number of years.
Now is your opportunity.
Yes, it is. I'll certainly take advantage of it. I understand that the projected land tax right now, that's possible, the potential is around $60 million, $70 million. I see in the projected, or in terms of what is expected to be collected up to the end of until the end of March this year is around 8 million, which would have been like a $2 million improvement from the previous year. That $8 million still just represents around 16% of the potential. Also, there's like 85% of the land tax that is not being collected on a year-to-year basis. Now, that certainly, I believe, affects your budget. It affects a whole lot of things because that's something that's legally, and the government is legally entitled to, but for some reason, and I still have not been able to figure it out. I mean, I've been grappling with this one for many, many years. But why is it not a bigger deal? This is like a low-lying fruit.
Well, the problem, as I understand it, and you're right, I mean, that is, it's the under-collection is eye-watering in its size. But the thing is, as I understand it, is that the roles and contacts are not up to date. That is, if you send an assessment, where are you going to send it to? I mean, that is, there's no, what they need to do is bring their contacts and up to date so that you can, if you were to mail out, let us say, several thousand tax assessments, the addresses are somewhere in the rural areas, for instance, they will come back. What we need to do is develop a system where we can identify because the owners are on record, but so what we're trying to do is to say, Ministry of Lands, you raise the assessments and then you hand over to the tax services as it widens to actually work on the collection and put in some TIN numbers so that you try to trace, so that there's one individual.
But so I'm sorry to cut you off, but the issue is large. I mean, it's every year you're leaving $45 million uncollected. In 10 years, it's $450 million, half of the national budget. In 10 years. And I'm saying that it's such a huge issue. I mean, it's something that could impact so much of our social services and those other areas. But yet, I mean, given that you're losing $45 million every year on it, if you could take $10 million to fix that problem, I mean, it would be very much worth the while, wouldn't it?
The proposal is to, and they have difficulties with their, I'm trying to remember the name, but almost want to scrap it and put in a new one. I can't recall the name because they have difficulties with the Trimble or something like that. But to improve the management, but the collection will be done by another department that has more expertise, and then it can fall under the authorities of the Tax Administration and Procedures Act, and it has more bang to it and all of that. So,
well, that was the proposal, but apparently it didn't get any political traction, and so I understand.
Well, you can ask your colleagues across the aisle when you meet in them. Yeah.
But no, the point is, and I just want to, I don't want to leave the point just like that, is I think it's an extremely important point. I also think it's a low-lying fruit for government, and I also believe that the way it's set up right now is really a speculator's paradise, because I mean, you don't have to pay anything. I mean, 85% of the
when it's time to sell the property, then you have to pay all the back taxes, no? Anyway. But yeah, I take your point.
Right,
I take your point.
You don't have to put that money up front.
Yeah.
And so it's zero risk up front, and that's the thing.
And you could also publish the arrears. I hope people come in, and if not, you can sell the property for back taxes. If you do one or two of those, we might see some response. Yeah?
No, but it's not being done. That's the thing.
I take your point.
Huh? Yeah. And the last point I wanted to raise, Financial Secretary, is on the issue of the asset management. I had raised it with the Accountant General a little earlier. And I'm not getting into the accounting aspect of it for you, except that I think that, it should be emphasized within the ministry that the government needs to have a good accounting of what its fixed assets are. I believe these could rank in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it's important that those assets are accounted for properly.
You know, the ultimate aim is to move to accrual accounting, and one element of that is to have a very comprehensive, up-to-date asset register. It's not only movable assets like vehicles and so, but physical assets, you know. What we're trying to do on a new project is to record new purchases going forward, but then look back. For instance, a building like this one, or the others, we have to value it, put them on the books, build a comprehensive register, and then revalue each year as you go along. But you're right. I mean, the government has assets, and it's not only vehicles. A lot of people think things like equipment. It just goes on and on. Huh? We have been, I think, doing better progress with management of the vehicles. We have the tracking system on. Also, disposal of assets that are done. We have auctions. We do a much better job on that now. Make sure things are written off properly. But you should see the write-off files come this big, and pictures of things that are just thrown to the back of a building that, especially places like hospitals, and so every hospital has a junkyard at the back, with things. Try to get them out of the way, but the idea is to try to list them properly, get an idea of the quality or how good the asset is. Things will wear out. What we have is a lot of electronic waste now. Things like old photocopiers, machines, computers that give up their life after 3 years, and so there's a whole lot of electronic waste. And my worry is environmental damage, but that's another story. But you're right. I mean, to gradually build up the asset base, because if we ever go to accrual accounting, we'll need it. But let us do the cash accounting properly first. Crawl before we run.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Senator.
Finsec, it's very apparent that we'll be behind the audits for many years. Is there any way that we could have independent audits, like financial audits, like for present years, current years? Because whenever JPAC is presented with a 10-year audit, there's not much more we can do than try to create financial policies for future, right? But we cannot deal with anything current.
Senator, I think we'd have to change the legislation to allow it, and really what we'd like to do is bring it all up to date as quickly as possible and then start from there. Running two at the same time, I'm not sure we can do it.
As well, the Auditor General made clear reference to source documents being unverified for many years, and that maybe digitizing documents will definitely aid in this process. Mm-hmm. What's the position of the Ministry of Finance, given that you're the representative today, in trying to create financing for these type of initiatives?
Well, we're trying to deal with personnel files, digitize them, but the thing is, it's not simply, as I keep telling people, it's not simply taking on a file and scanning it into a scanner and put it up. It means organizing the data first, putting them in proper, and then, but in the payment system, even now, the smart stream, there has to be a record of documents to make the payment. There's an invoice, there's a purchase order, there's an invoice, and all of that, and that's why you have the boxes and boxes. Some of that is scanned in when the payment goes to the Treasury, but believe me, when a payment is made, depending on the size, it goes through 3 or 4 hands. And it should have a trail of documents behind it, starting with the purchase order, the invoice, somebody certifies as a first approver, second approver, depending on the size, and but digitizing would be the way to go. Some of it is already in there, but to digitize, there has to be almost past records,
Right.
almost a little working group, a task force to go through, because not everything in there needs to be put in. So you have to have somebody with some knowledge to decide what it goes in and what doesn't go in. Yeah.
As well, the Auditor General indicated in the past that I believe it might have also been the Accountant General, that certain clerical staff, that they're not on the board in selecting these employees and they don't come with the required background knowledge. What's the position of the Ministry of Finance when it comes to giving these departments more staff and allowing them a place to help select the type of personnel they need within a department?
Well, you know, appointment of staff is done through the Ministry of the Public Service. There are certain minimum qualifications that are required. So many CXCs, we come in at entry level, no? CXCs and whatever, you know. But the idea is, and I believe that every young person that comes has the capacity, the ability to work. It's the management, you say, okay, and to mentor them and say what's, you know, what. So a bit of it is personal management, because I think that every young person who is anxious for a job, you try to press them to get the best out of them, but that requires a bit of human management as well. Huh?
And from your experience, because I know, FinSec, you have encyclopedic knowledge when it comes to the financial situation within your ministry.
I don't.
I would like to ask, are we seeing an increase in staffing within these departments to get the audit department and the Accountant General department more bolstered and ready to deal with audits?
What we try to do is give them the resources they need, human resources. Also, if they need a new vehicle, things if they need some overtime, yes, we do it, you know. But one thing that is systemic is we have this upper bound of our retirement age. What we're finding is it's really, I think it's time we look at it. At 55 years old, which is now the mandatory age, I think people are in their prime. They have 30 years of experience behind them. So what we find we have to do is oftentimes go back and rehire. You know, we come back the next day and we're paying double. I mean, that is, I may be an example, who knows? You know, but the idea is to lift the retirement age up, you know, to retain, because at that point in time your managerial, you know, your senior management by them, and you have some knowledge in your head, no? So, yeah.
Honorable Mark, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again, FinSec. I heard an interesting topic that you just mentioned about raising up the retirement age. Is that in the making, and is there any discussions on raising the retirement age? I understand at 55 today, you're in your prime right now. You know, a lot of the memories, the learned, the tricks of the trade, all of those things are in there that you cannot teach, you know. Indeed. You have to have that experience. And of course, public servants retiring at 55, and of course, 20 years, 30 years ago, the average lifespan was probably about 60, maybe 65. Now today, the average lifespan goes up to 75, maybe 80, you know, and so is there any talks on expanding that? And
there is a committee, subcommittee made up of senior public officers, people from the members of the union as well, to look at pension reform. And the proposals are, well, let's break it in two parts. New rules for brand new entrants. We can change that, right, because there's no contractual obligation there. I mean, you know, try to, and then do something with the existing, you know, to maybe phase in over time, because the pension bill is completely unsustainable. Yeah, it is. We have to do something, but we're, you know, it's going to take some time, because we do have some, maybe because of lack of, we're not explaining it properly, I don't know, but there's some resistance, because, you know, the status quo is comfortable for many people.
Yes, well, it's comfortable for a lot of people in the, like, for example, in the public section. For example, like I am in the private, you know, I have to work way past 55, 65, maybe at least 65. My dad's at 78, still comes down to help at 78 years old. So, you know, that is what keeps it going in terms of the private. But in public at 55, that's relatively young these days. I mean,
it's quite young, especially for non-contributory pension. And then the benefits are fairly substantial, you know, the retirement benefits.
So it is being
There is
discussed.
And I think the Prime Minister in his speech mentioned pension reform again. I'm not sure. It was in the one version. I don't know if it dropped, but yeah. But no, you're absolutely right, Senator. I mean, it's urgent, and every day we leave it, it gets worse. I mean, the liability bills, because the pension liability is huge. And you're right, I know some former retired public officers who are longer in retirement than having served in the public service. 35 more years of retirement than in work. Because if you're 55 and you add 35, you're actually 90. Some people live well beyond 90 on pension.
Thank you. I just thought that was an interesting topic that you mentioned about the raising of the retirement age. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, FinSec, for your invaluable contribution to today's hearing. We thank you for your attendance.
Well, Chairman, thank you very much. And if there's any afterthought questions on your way home, you know, please, I'm here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Go ahead. Go ahead. As we close today's hearing, I must reiterate that the examination of the Auditor General's report is an important responsibility of this committee. The discussions held today forms a part of Parliament's responsibility to strengthen accountability and transparency in the management of public funds. The committee will now continue its deliberation behind closed doors, where we will consider the information received during today's public hearing. We will make policy recommendations, and we will table our findings in a report to the House of Representatives. On behalf of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, we would like to thank all witnesses who appeared before this committee today. To you, Madam Clerk, and to your team, thank you all for the logistical support and guidance in preparing today's hearing. To you, my committee members, thank you for your fair and pointed questions and your overall dedication to the work of this committee. I end by thanking the members of the media and public who followed today's hearing. The public hearing is now adjourned.